And then we're going to go ahead and get the link for the live stream. Should be coming up about now. There we go. Okay. So if you're interested in checking out the live stream, you can do it from this link over here. I'm just going to paste it into the chats. All right. Great. Okay, so today we're going to be learning about database languages. So you might think this isn't something that might not be something you were expecting when we were talking about web app hacking, but people who do web app hacking interact with databases all the time. But let me explain a little better. We'll go to our little presentation over here. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool. It is session number 5, and this is the Intro to SQL with the SQL Murder Mystery. So we're going to try to, we're not necessarily going to solve the murder mystery. If you're interested in solving the murder mystery yourself, you're welcome to go ahead and investigate that more later. But we're going to be using this particular exercise to learn more about the SQL language. Okay, so this is the 5th workshop for Intro to Web App Hacking, and let's take a few moments to review the concepts we learned in the previous workshop. We learned about OS command injection. Operating system, OS, command injection is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary OS commands can be performed on the web server through a web interface. OS command injection can lead to complete compromise of the web server, and if so, the server can be used as a foothold to attack other machines on the network. So let's just say, for example, you were able to find a web app that belongs to Amazon, and it has OS command injection on it. You would be able to, if you were able to leverage OS command injection and get access to that web server, then you might be able to scan from that web server, you might be able to scan the rest of the network and find some other machines that are owned by Amazon and try hacking against those. Not that we're advocating hacking against Amazon, that's just an example. So we're just trying to point out how OS command injection is a very serious vulnerability. So now we're going to go on to our topic, and today's topic is going to be the SQL database language. So how many people here have heard of SQL before? If you have, please let us know in the chat. If you haven't heard of SQL database language before, you can also let us know, because I hadn't heard about SQL language before I learned about web app hacking. Okay, so user D has heard of it before. That's great. All right, so what is SQL? SQL stands for Structured Query Language, and it's a programming language used for managing data held in relational databases. So basically, anytime you see a search field in a website, so if you've got, say I've got, so there's a website I like to use, it's called VulNyx.com, and it's got a bunch of machines that I can hack over here, and we've got a search field over here. When I type in the search field, this is actually communicating with the database, and the database is going to give me different results depending on what I type in the search. So say I'm looking for a machine on the network called Flash. So it actually brings up the results over here based on a query in the SQL language that it sends to the web server over here. But that's what SQL does. It basically it lets you communicate with the database that's running on the web server. So SQL allows users to access and manage data contained in relational databases, which are common components in most web applications. But why are we learning about SQL? As far as web app hacking is concerned, insecure implementation of SQL in web apps can lead to a very serious vulnerability called SQL injection. So we previously talked about OS command injection, where you're able to inject OS commands into the web server by interacting with the web app. This is kind of the same thing, but instead of interacting with OS commands, you're interacting with database commands. So we will learn about SQL injection in a later session, but we should first learn how to use SQL in its intended manner before we learn how to abuse it. So if you want to know how to hack a system, you have to understand the system. So in this case, we're going to learn about SQL, and if you go ahead and learn more about web hacking in the future, you're going to run into SQL all the time. So it's good that we learn a little bit about it before we learn more about web app hacking. So let's learn SQL through a game. In the web browser, we're going to go to this website right here. That's the mystery nightlab.com walkthrough.html. So I actually have all of the links that we're going to be using for today's lesson in the GitHub link over here, and I'm going to just link that to everybody. Okay, so if you navigate over to that link, first of all, if you don't have an account over at tryhackme.com, please sign up for an account at tryhackme.com because we're going to be doing more exercises on that website. But otherwise, so if you scroll down a little bit, there's going to be SQL practice websites and the SQL murder mystery. This is what we're looking for. So go ahead and copy that link. I'll provide the link to everybody here. And I want you to navigate to that website. So let's just navigate to that website. So this website is kind of a game. What you're going to do is you're going to search through a database to look for specific things to try to find a murderer. We're actually not going to be solving this murder mystery today, but if you're interested, you can go ahead and do a little more investigation on your own, and you might be able to solve it. But this is the website we're going to use to practice using SQL. So let's learn a little bit more about SQL before we start using some commands. So we're talking about SQL databases, and we're going to talk a little bit about the database structure. So you can see here, this is a chart that has all the tables that are inside this database. So this entire collection of tables here, we can call this the database. So that's the largest unit in the SQL system. So some systems might have more than one database, but in this case, we only have one database to deal with, so that makes it a little bit simpler. So the largest unit in the SQL system is the database, which contains one or more tables. So each one of these tables has a bunch of information in it, and we can see that there are a bunch of different table names here. So there's the interview table, there's a person table, there's a driver's license table, etc., etc. So the tables themselves can be subdivided into two elements. So say we've got a table over here. I think this is the person table. The first element that is inside of these SQL tables is, the first thing is the columns, whose names identify the data that should be entered into them. So we see there's an ID column, a name column, a license ID column, address sheet name, SSN I think is a social security number. So underneath the ID column, there's a bunch of numbers over here. That's expected. Underneath the name column, there's a bunch of names. So the other thing that is in the table alongside the columns are the rows. So this is a row, this is a row, this is a row. And these contain data entries that correspond to the columns that they fall under. So these should be organized so that you only have what data should be there. So the name table should have a name instead of a number, and the license ID number should have a number instead of like a name or something, or a string. So let's talk a little bit about basic SQL statements. So if we want to interact with this SQL system, we have to learn a few different commands that are used when we're trying to retrieve information. So this statement right here, select star from person, this is used to retrieve all the rows from a specified table. It uses two separate SQL keywords, select and from. So select star from person. So before we explain a little more, let's get our hands on the keyboard a little bit. So in this page over here, we're going to navigate down to the first entry field over here. So over here, what we're going to do is we're going to change up the statement here, and we're going to do select star from person. And we're going to end off with this little semicolon over here. So this system actually doesn't need you to use the semicolon to finish off your statement, but we should probably get into the habit of ending our statements with semicolons, because there are some systems that don't let you enter any commands unless you put the semicolon there. But anyways, so it's select space star from person, and just keep in mind that you don't need to have this separation of the line over here. You can actually do it just like this, but just so we can be clear about our instructions, we can actually format it like this. So a lot of systems require you to put everything on one line, but this one lets you separate it out. But anyways, let's run the command, and then we get all of these rows over here. So select star. Star means all of the columns. So all the columns in this case is ID, name, license ID, address, number, address, street name, and SSN. And it's from the person table. So this information is all from the person table. Okay, so if there's anything you don't understand about anything we're talking about, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try to address your questions as they come, okay? But anyways, go ahead and punch that in, and then when you're done, press the run button over here. So this person table is actually very, very large. I think there's something like 10,000 different entries in this particular table. So sometimes the information that you're dealing with in these databases is really, really big. Okay, so I see some people are wandering into the class. Go ahead and go to this website right over here. We're going to be using this website for our exercises today, okay? All right, so what we used a couple of keywords in our statement over here. The first one is the select command, or the select statement. So the select command is the most common SQL command, which returns SQL entries depending on what other additional parameters are provided. So basically, select means get something for me. So select means return this thing. And we also use the from command or keyword. This specifies which table to retrieve the data from. So select all the columns from the person table. This is what we just did. So the last important detail about this statement is the asterisk or star wildcard character, which indicates all of the columns. So when we do select star, we're just telling the system we want to get all of the columns. It doesn't matter how many columns there are, it's going to select all of them from the person table. Okay, so let's do a little bit of practice. What we're going to try to do is we're going to retrieve all of the columns from the interview table. What is the first number in the person ID column? Okay, so go ahead and go back to the murder mystery website over here. Go down to the first input field over here. I want you to select everything from the interview table, and then tell me what is the first number in the person ID column. When you know, please type it in the chat. So it's to get this information, it's very easy. Sorry, I shouldn't say it's very easy. You should select star from the interview table instead of the person table. What is the first number? Okay, so user LL says it is 10,000. All right. Okay, so I see somebody else has arrived in the chat. Let me get the website one more time. So this is the website we're using for today's exercise. And CyberNerd Dante is here from Twitch. Welcome to the chat, CyberNerd Dante. Let's get the answer together, okay? So over here, we're going to select star from the interview table. Interview. Okay, so we see here that the first person ID number over here is 28508. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, CyberNerd Dante. You are correct, and user LL also correct. Thank you. All right, so that's our practice for retrieving all the columns. But let's learn about something a little bit more advanced. So the answer is 28508. Now retrieve all of the columns from the driver's license table. What is the first entry in the car make column? So this is very similar, but the only difference is you're looking in the driver's underscore license table. When you bring up the results, what is the first entry in the car underscore make column? What kind of car is that? So it's going to be select star from drivers underscore license. What is the first entry in the car make column? Car make drivers underscore license column. Table. Let's try to get the answer together. So over here, so the only thing that's different here is drivers underscore license. Okay, and then run that. And we're looking for the car make over here, and the answer is Acura. All right, user CyberNerd Dante on Twitch is correct. Thank you very much. Great. Okay. LL is also correct. She also got the user ID, but in this case, we're actually looking for the car make for this question. But that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna do one. I think we're gonna do one more. So the action, we're not doing one more. Okay, the answer is Acura. Great. Let's move on to more advanced statements. So selecting rows with specific values. Most of the time when we interact with databases, we want specific information, and we can search for that with the where filter and the equal character. So say we want to get one particular row from the person table, and we wanted to get it where the name in that row is Courtney Calderwood. So we can actually demonstrate that right over here. And we use the where filter word. So where name equals Courtney Calderwood. And this is going to just get that specific row. So, and this should not be driver's license, this should be person. So select all the columns from the person table where the name row is equal to Courtney Calderwood. So you can go ahead and try this out yourself. If you don't get a result, it might be because you didn't put some quotes. So this is if you want to put in any sort of strings, you have to put them between either single quotes or double quotes. And go ahead and try that. You should get this entry right over here. So Courtney Calderwood, this license ID, lives on this street, has this SSN over here. Okay, so if there's anything you don't understand about the format of this, please let us know and we'll try to explain as best we can. Let's see. User LL asks, does something like this database exist? So there are a lot of databases just like this. So if you think about the DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles, they probably have a lot of databases that are just like this, where there's a person's name and their license number and the address where they live, maybe some other details, but there are databases like this everywhere. They certainly exist, and if you're a person who actually works like with computers at these organizations, you probably have to deal with these really big databases. User LL says, you can only get them at the DMV. No, I mean, I think you would be able to access these kind of databases at the actual company, but you can there every time you have a company with a lot of information that they want to keep, they're probably going to keep it inside of some sort of database. And in fact, so think about Facebook. Facebook, when you create a Facebook account, you have to create a username, a password, maybe some other information, and all of that information is going to be put into databases. So you can actually log into into something like Facebook or any other app, because in order to log in, they're going to need to compare your username with your password when you try to log into the system. So these really big databases, they're everywhere. Okay. I hope that answered your question. If not, please let us know if there are other questions you'd like answered. All right, so the where filter over here is going to allow you to filter very specific information to be returned by the query over here. So when you use where as a filter in your SQL query, you're going to be able to only return certain rows. And with the where filter, you also use the equals operator. So the equals operator is used with the where filter to return exact matches. So when you use the equals operator with the SQL query, it's only going to return something that is exact. So if there's a spelling mistake, or if the uppercase, if there's an uppercase lowercase mismatch, it's not going to return anything at all. So if the contents of the row differ by even a single character, the match will not return. So we can demonstrate this over here. So if we do Courtney Calderwood, but instead of K, we do C, nothing returns. If we try doing Courtney Calderwood with a lowercase k, then nothing's returned. So this has to be exact because we're using this equals operator over here. Okay? So let's do a little bit of practice. The where statement practice. Look in the person table and look for a name equal to Hannah Beveridge. And Hannah Beveridge, it seems like kind of a silly name, but remember, when you put this into the SQL system, you have to put the string Hannah Beveridge between either single quotes or double quotes. I want you to try mimicking this kind of pattern, but in the person table, look for where the name equals to Hannah Beveridge. And answer this question. What street does Hannah live on? So remember, the statement is going to be something like select star from person where name equals Hannah Beveridge inside the single quotes or double quotes. Okay, user D has the answer. All right. So we'll wait a couple of seconds for some other people to try. Okay, so user D and user LL have the answer. And let's get the answer ourselves. So over here, so where the name is equal to Hannah Beveridge. Okay, when we can run that. And we can see that they live on, address street name is Ailing Circle. Great. Let's see. Server Nerd Dante also says this is pretty cool. If you're unsure of the case sensitivity, you can use select star from person where name like Hannah Beveridge. Actually, we're going to be talking a little bit more about using the like operator. But thank you very much for that info, Server Nerd Dante. Okay, so Hannah Beveridge lives in Ailing Circle. Let's do a couple more. So now look at the same person table, but this time we're doing where ID equals 10914. What is this person's name? Let's see. User LL says this reminds me of a game called Scrutinized. Scrutinized. I think there might be a couple of games out there where they mimic this kind of database search. So go ahead and get the select from person where ID equals 10914. What is this person's name? Okay, so user LL has the answer. Great, okay. And we'll wait a couple seconds more to see if anybody else can get the answer. So select star from person where ID equals 10914. Remember, we don't need, because this is a number, we don't need to have single quotes or double quotes around this. What is this person's name? Okay, Cybernerd Dante also has the answer. Great. Okay, let's try to get this answer ourselves. So 10914, let me copy that. And over here, so we're not looking for the name anymore. We're looking for the ID. So ID, remember ID, I is capitalized and D is not. And then equals, and then the number, just like this. Okay? And when we run this, we see that the person's name is Cinderella Coachman. Okay. And they live on Yanilla Street. I've never heard of the word Yanilla. Interesting. Okay, so maybe one more. So Cinderella Coachman was the answer for the last question. Now look at the same person table, but this time, address street name equals Deercliff Circle. What is this person's social security number, SSN? So this is very similar. Select star from person where address underscore street underscore name equals Deercliff Circle. What is the person's social security number? Okay, so we've got an answer from user D. And I'll wait a few more moments to see if we can get another answer. Okay, user LL also has an answer. All right, so let's check. So address street name equals Deercliff Circle. Just let me copy that. Okay, so it's the same thing, only it's where address street name equals Deercliff Circle. And the SSN is this one right here, 114085010. The person's name is Haley Dearmore, and they live on Deercliff Circle. Great. Okay, so users D and LL got that correct. Great to see. Okay. So let's move on to some more advanced SQL statements over here. So next we're going to talk about searching for partial matches. So when we used where name equals something, we were only able to get a match if something was exactly that thing that we put in. But sometimes we don't have all of the information, we only have a bit of the information. So sometimes we want to search the database, but we only have vague details, such as part of a name or the last few digits of a number. So we've got this statement over here, select star from person, where name like, and then more. But more is surrounded by these percent wildcard characters over here. So the percent wildcard characters, they basically mean it could be anything in front of more, and it could be anything after the word more. So if we were to do this, so where name is like something something more something rather, let me demonstrate. So over here, so the name is like, and in between the quotes, it is %%, and we put more in the middle over here. So when we give this search result, it's actually going to return more than one row over here. So we see Harley Dearmore, we see Royce Rushmore, Christopher Moretto, Elroy Gally Moore. So basically, we're telling the system, look for this pattern inside of the person table, where there's this pattern more over here inside the name, and anything could come before more, anything could come after the word more. All right. So what are the two things that that power this kind of search? So the type of queries, these type of queries require the where filter with the like keyword and the percent wildcard character. So we didn't use equals in this case, we used like, and we used the percent wildcard characters. So the like keyword is used instead of the equals operator when we want to return partial matches as opposed to exact matches. And the percent wildcard character is used with the like keyword to return anything on that side of the query term. So if we decided to leave this part off, then it would only return stuff that has stuff in front of the word more. And if we left this one off, then it would only return things that are after the word, anything that comes after the word more. So in the above example, the percent wildcard characters will match any of the values to the left and right of the more string. So we're going to cover one more thing before we do a little bit of a practice exercise for this. And we're going to cover this is the AND clause. So the AND clause is used with the where filter to further restrict the results returned, only returning rows that match both parameters on either side of the AND clause. So if you've done programming before, and I think some of the people here have also done the Python programming HackerFrogs course, we covered this when we're doing our if statements. So if we have an if statement in Python and we use AND, then both of the things have to be correct in order for the overall statement to come back correct, or true rather. So here we've got select star from person where the name equals John Dial. So we're looking for a row where John Dial is in name, and the address street name is Icehouse Avenue. So we're looking for both of these things to be true, and we get this result over here. So using the AND clause is very useful when we have a couple of pieces of info to search for, but we don't have exact details. So for example, here, we know that for the address street name, they live on West something circle. So West something circle, anything could be between West and circle. And we know the person's name is Alva something. We don't know what the actual name is, but it starts with the word Alva. So when we send this kind of query, then we get, in this case, we get this result, where we get this person's name is Alvaro. Okay, well their name was Alva something, and we know that they live on West something circle, and in this case it was West Peregrine circle. Okay, so we know that the street name is West something circle and the person's name is Alva something. So what we're going to do is we're going to practice our AND and like keyword searches. So we know the name of the person is Jenny something, and they live on Rising something. So this is the street name. What is the person's full name? So First of all, let's get before you answer this question, name is Jenny something. So it's going to be something like, we're name like Jenny and address street name like something something. So what was the rising something? So this isn't the exact thing. What I want you to do is I want you to figure out where you want to put your percent wildcard characters to get the result. And what I want you to do is I want you to get the person's full name. So this person is Jenny something. What is Jenny's full name? Remember, you have to put the percent wildcard characters somewhere in Jenny and somewhere in rising. So do you put it before Jenny or after? You put it before Jenny or after Jenny, and they live on rising something. Do you put the percent wildcard character before rising or after rising? So after you get the result, what is Jenny's full name? Okay, user D has an answer. So just as a hint, so we know it's Jenny something. Actually, we're not looking for the address. User D, could you tell me Jenny's full name? So we're looking for Jenny something. So it would be Jenny and then percent over here. And then rising, it would be rising and then percent over here. We know they live on Rising Something Street. We know that their name is Jenny something. So when we run this, Cybernerd Dante has the answer, okay. When we run this, we see that the name associated with this is Jenny Forbes, Jenny Forbes. Anyways, and they live on Rising Hill Drive over here. Okay, so we managed to get this information based on some partial information. We know that their name was Jenny something, and they live on Rising Something Street. Okay, we'll do a couple more of these. So next, we know the last name of the person is Living Something, and they live on Something Boulevard. What is this person's full name? So this is the answer for the last question. The next question is, we know that the last name of the person is Living Something, and they live on Something Boulevard. What is this person's full name? So because we're looking for the person's last name as Living Something, do we put the percent wildcards in front or in the back or in both the front and the back? And they live on Something Boulevard. So do we put the percent wildcard characters in the front or the back or in both places? So based on this information, what is this person's full name? So it's going to look, the statement is going to look very similar to this, only, okay, user LL has an answer, great. The Talking Dante also has an answer, thank you very much, The Talking Dante, and welcome to the stream from YouTube, thank you very much. Okay, so let's do this together, okay? So over here, so the name is Living Something. The last name is Living Something. So if the last name is Living Something, we would put the percent wildcard characters on both the front and the back of this. The name like Living Something, and the address street name is like, what was it again? Let me take a look. It was Something Boulevard. So in this case, It is %blvd, just like this. And then hit run. And we see that the person's full name is Hector Livingstone. And they live on EMC L Downey Boulevard, EMC, E equals EMC squared. Anyways, this street over here. Okay. And we've got one more question we can do. But thank you very much to everybody who answered. The Talking Dante and user LL. Great. Okay, so that was the last question we're doing today. But next we're going to be doing a practice challenge over at PicoCTF. So PicoCTF, we've got a challenge over there where we have to interact with a SQL database. So we're going to go over to PicoCTF. Just let us log in. Okay. So if you don't have an account over at PicoCTF, you can make one. Just go ahead. You can try navigating to this page, and on this page, you're going to have an option to sign up or register for an account. But for everybody else, today the challenge that we're going to do over at PicoCTF is not this one, but SQL Direct. So this is the name of the challenge. So it's over here, posting it to everybody in chat. Did I not paste it in correctly? Okay, so this is the page over here. This challenge is called SQL Direct, and the description says, connect to this PostgreSQL server and find the flag. Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So we're probably not going to be, this is going to be a very easy challenge. All you need to do is use some very simple SQL queries to get the flag. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. If you're on this page over here, please let us know by typing in the chat, I see the challenge. Smiley face. Okay, great. So after you're on the page over here, what we need to do is we need to launch the instance. We actually don't need to start up a web shell for this challenge, which is a little more convenient for us. All we need to do is click on the launch instance button, and then after a few seconds, it should start up the instance. Oh, wait, we do need to access the web shell. Sorry, my bad. We have a command over here that lets us access the server, the challenge. Okay, so we need to open up our web shell. So we're gonna exit out of the challenge for just a bit, and we're going to go over to web shell and we're going to start it up. So after you close the challenge window, there's this button over here called web shell. It's on the right hand side of the page. Go ahead and click that, and then it's going to open up your PicoCTF web shell session. We don't want this small web shell session. We want a bigger view. So go ahead and click on this button over here, which is labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So it looks like a box with an arrow pointing out. Click on it, and then your PicoCTF web shell should be nice and big like this, and then we should be ready to go. Okay, so if your PicoCTF web shell is in its own browser tab and it's nice and big, please let us know in the chat by typing in web shell up, smiley face. Okay, so now we're ready. Go ahead and hit enter a couple of times so the web shell doesn't close on you prematurely. And then go back to your challenge. So just click on the challenge again. The instance time over here should still be, this should still be running. If your instance is running, you should see this command over here. So this is actually the command that's going to get us logged in to the SQL database. So go ahead and copy all that. Copy all that and then go to your web shell. You go to your web shell and you paste in the command and then hit enter. It's going to ask you for a password. So the password is this right here, Postgres. So just type that in, Postgres. You won't see anything appear when you type it, but that's normal. Just type it in and hit enter. And then you should see something like this. Okay, so we're now inside of the SQL database. So this is an SQL database just like what we've been practicing on, except that this database is using a different type of software. And the software is called Postgres. So in Postgres, this is a bit different from the other system we were using. It uses slightly different commands, and we're going to be using some commands that we haven't really dealt with during our practice. So if we wanted to practice using this system, which is called Postgres, and I'm going to look for something called the cheat sheet, and the cheat sheet basically lets us has a bunch of different commands on it just for the PostgreSQL version of the software. So let me copy this and I'll provide it to everybody in the chat. Oh, that's a really ugly looking link. Let me get this is only slightly better looking. Okay. Go ahead and go to this link that I just put into chat. So basically, there are some different commands over here that let us do different actions. And the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out what databases are in here. So the first thing we need to do is we need to list the databases, and it says that the command over here is \L. So over here, we're going to do \L, and we see that there's the Pico database, there's the Postgres database, the template 0, template 1. So we probably want to look inside the Pico database over here. And so right now, we don't know what tables are inside this Pico database. So the next thing we want to do is we want to look up the command that's going to get us the names of the tables in the database. So we can go back to our cheat sheet over here, and we need to get the information about the tables. We only need to know the names of the tables. So which command is going to get us the names of the tables? Okay, Cybernerd Dante says it is the \DT. So DT, all right. Where is that? Ah, okay. So list all tables from all schemas. So that's \DT. All right, thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante. Okay, so back at the web shell, we're going to do \DT. And we see that there's only one table over here. And the name of the table might seem a little bit obvious. So now that we have the name of the table inside the inside this database, does anybody remember how we get all the information from the table? Do you remember? So if you managed to get the flag, let us know. Also, let us know what command you used to get the flag. So if you go back, we used a command to get everything from the table. Cybernerd Dante says it's select star from table name, semicolon. That is correct. Cybernerd Dante, that is what we need to do to finish the challenge. All right, so go ahead and try that. It's going to be select So sometimes people like to do the select. So the keywords, sometimes we like to do it in all uppercase. This is just a stylistic choice. The system actually doesn't care if you do uppercase or lowercase. You can just do select star from flags. So the name of the table. Remember, on this system, you need to provide the semicolon after everything else. So after you do that, hit enter. And it gets us all the information from the flags table. So we've got Luke Skywalker, and their address is the flag over here. We've got all these other characters from Star Wars, but more importantly, the flag is over here. So all we need to do is copy the flag, and then go over to the challenge here. In the challenge description here, paste in the flag, and click on Submit Flag. So I'm not going to submit the flag because when I submit the flag, the server is going to close, and I'm not going to have access to the PicoCTF database anymore. But while we're here for just a second, user LL says didn't know Luke was online. Well, Luke and all his friends, they have their own I don't know, Instagram pages. I'm not sure. Anyways, so we can actually do some of the other commands that we looked at today as well. So we could do select star from flags where first name like Luke, and just do that. And column Luke does not exist. Oh, wait, did I do this incorrectly? So select star from flags where first name equals Luke? Well, we could do equals Luke. Column Luke does not exist. Is this backwards? Where Luke equals first name? I'm not sure what's going on with the system. Anyways, let's finish the exercise over here. Submit the flag, and then we're finished. Okay. All right, great. So I hope everybody had a lot of fun playing around with the SQL language. We're going to be using some of these commands in our next lesson, and in the next lesson, we're going to be doing some SQL injection. So injection is the web app hacking technique associated with SQL. So structured query language, of course, is a programming language used for managing data held in relational databases. So this is something I didn't know when I first started learning about web app hacking. These databases are everywhere, and these databases, of course, I knew that this information was somewhere out there. I just didn't know that the technology for interacting with this stuff was called SQL. But these databases exist basically anywhere where there's a lot of information. User LL asks, how would you apply the lesson to real life? Well, if you were to ever get a job where you're using computers in these very large companies, you'll probably come across these databases, and you'll probably need to use SQL queries to look for specific information when you're working in these jobs. But as hackers, we need to know how to interact with these systems because we want to hack. Well, I'm not saying we want to hack them because we're bad people. It's just we need to know what kind of hacks we can perform on these systems because we're trying to keep the internet safe because we're not out here to do bad things. But anyways, the basic command you're going to be using on any SQL system is going to be something that looks a lot like this. So it's just going to be select star all the columns from whatever table you want to get. Of course, the first thing you need to do is you need to figure out what tables exist in the database in the first place. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next session where we do our SQL injection, okay? All right, so that leads us to the end of today's lesson. For everybody who is on the live stream, I'm going to be away for a couple of minutes while I finish the live stream with the Zoom students, but I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and then we're going to be doing some hacking demonstrations against some CTF exercises. So please look forward to that. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you in a little bit. Okay, everybody, and we're back. Cybernerd Dante says, whenever you get back the support for the Pico SQL database, select star from flags where first name like L, let's see, percent wildcard, limit 5. It gave me Luke and Leia. I don't understand. I don't quite understand why the limit 5 would need to be there. But then again, I don't claim to be an SQL, a regular SQL user. The only time I use SQL is to do SQL injection. So I guess that, yeah, there's still more I need to know about SQL. I just know I myself only use the basics of SQL queries. But let's get some music going. So I'm going to play some music. And then I need to hook the music up to the stream. Just a second. Okay, you should be able to hear the music now. Select star from flags where first name. Okay, great, great. You can hear the music, that's great. Gave you Luke and Leia. Anyways, okay, so let's do a little hacking demonstration. We're looking at the VulNyx website. And I think the name of the machine is called Deploy. If you wanted to access this yourself, you could do it over here. So I need to prep for this, and to prep for this I need to start up my virtual machine. So I'm just going to do that now. So how's everybody doing? Are you having a great day? Is it super late where you are, or super early? It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon where I am, and it's been pretty cold over here. So everybody is bundling up before they go out. It might start snowing in a couple weeks. Alright, so the deploy machine that we're going to be hacking against is at 10.0.2.61. So this is going to be a guided walkthrough for the deploy machine. And but if you have any comments about anything that we're doing, please let us know, and I'll try to explain what's happening while we do this hack as best I can. Okay, so this is a guided walkthrough for the deploy machine on VulNyx. It is a low-level machine, and let's start our enumeration. Cybernerdante says, it's cold over here too. Power keeps trying to go out. We got the wind advisory, but nothing stops the hacks. Yeah, right. Over where I am, we had a windstorm last night as well. Power didn't go offline, luckily, but sometimes we had some lights flickering on and off. Okay, so the first thing we want to do when we hack against a CTF box like this is we like to run the nmap command. The nmap command is going to let us know which ports are open on this particular server, and we run it with the following arguments over here. -T4 for very fast speed but not too fast. -VV for very verbose output, which means that the scan is going to give us output before it is finished. So it basically gives us information as it gets it. -P-, which is going to scan all of the ports on the system, as well as -S capital C and capital V. Capital C does common scripts against whatever services we find, and capital V gives us versioning information against whatever services we find via nmap. So let's run the command. So we see that it finds 3 ports open on the system. It finds port 8080, port 22, and port 80. So we see here that port 22 is running OpenSSH, and this is a particular version of the SSH protocol, and it's running with version 8.4. Port 80 is a web port which runs web servers, HTTP, and its reports running the Apache software with version 2.4.56. And port 8080 here is usually running an HTTP proxy. In this case, it reports running Apache Tomcat. So Apache Tomcat is, we'll talk a little bit more about Apache Tomcat in a little bit, but oh, I haven't downloaded so I've got some slides associated with this walkthrough as well. Let me download those right now. Over here, let me get that from my GitHub. It's going to be walkthroughs back here. Okay, so this is the deploy machine. Let me grab my slides. Okay, so we'll talk about Apache Tomcat in just a little bit. And it looks like we also have some ads coming in. So unfortunately, if you're on Twitch, you have and you're broadcasting, you have to run ads. So very sad about that. Pebble says, "What's up? What is up, Pebble? Nice to see you here. Did we ever finish that XXE box? The XXE box, we did finish it eventually, and it was the solution was kind of dumb. Actually, no, I can't say that the solution was dumb. It's just that everything that we were trying would never have worked. And what we need to do is we need to fuzz the found user's home directory for some MS SQL history file. So the MS SQL history file was in that user's directory. We just needed to fuzz for it. And we need to fuzz for it using XXE. But it's not something I would have discovered on my own. So I took that as a learning opportunity. So the next time I find XXE, I'm going to try fuzzing inside of the found user's home directories. Yeah. But Pebble, I saw you on Tiberius' stream a little bit earlier today, and it's always nice to... When are you planning to stream next? Or do you only stream on Sundays, or do you ever stream on other days of the week? Anyways, I'm just waiting for the ad to go off before I start going on with the rest of my walkthrough. I also started looking at a machine that was dealing with server-side template injection. So if you've ever, I actually haven't done very much with server-side template injection, but it's just it seems like a pretty cool vulnerability. And it anytime you ever see like some sort of Flask application, so Flask is the type of web application that's made using Python. And if Python, oh sorry, let me put up a bird video so that we all have something to look at. Okay, here we go. There are stellar jays. We're just gonna wait for the ad to finish, but in the meantime we can watch the birds. That's the bird with the bum leg. So you can notice that the bird over here he's not putting any weight on this leg. So this bird broke his leg. This is from last summer. This bird probably the bird's leg either healed on its own or the bird is not with us anymore. Kind of sad. Okay, so the break is going to end in about 15 seconds or so, and then we can continue on with our walkthrough. Let's get this off the screen. Samir Dante says, "Poor bird. Hopefully they got food back to their nest in time." Yeah, well, I hope so. I saw that bird for that summer, and it would come every day, and I felt bad every time I saw the bird with the bad leg, but hopefully the bird with the bad leg got healed eventually, but who knows. Okay. Alright, so we're talking about Apache Tomcat. So what we're going to do is we're going to scan Apache Tomcat over here with Nikto. So Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner, and so it's going to be able to determine a lot of low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities associated with web servers. In this case, we're scanning against the target on the Tomcat port, which is 8080. Okay, it says no banner received. Gets us some information. It didn't tell us that it was running Tomcat, strangely enough. It does tell us that it appears to be a default Apache Tomcat install. So one interesting thing about Nikto is that Nikto is very good at scanning for specific technologies on web servers, and Apache Tomcat is one of them. Because Apache Tomcat, I think Apache Tomcat used to be popular maybe 10 years ago, maybe 10 or 20 years ago, but it's not so popular anymore. So I guess because Apache Tomcat was popular, Nikto has a bunch of scanning functions that look at Apache Tomcat. So it says here under Manager HTML, a default account found for Tomcat Manager application at ID Tomcat password secret was found in Apache Tomcat. Okay. So Summoner Dante says, I was doing bug bounty earlier and fuzzed an Apache Tomcat instance. I fuzzed the heck out of it. Well, hopefully it didn't have any default account credentials over here. So we found default credentials for Apache Tomcat, which is username Tomcat, password secret over here. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to try to access it manually over here. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about Apache Tomcat. So Pebble says Tomcat is still pretty common. I would assume that Tomcat is common whenever web developers want to use Java on their web app, because Apache Tomcat is a Java-enabled web server software. But anyways, Apache Tomcat is a Java-enabled web server software which allows Java servlets to be run on web pages. If a malicious user is able to gain admin-level access to a Tomcat server, then malicious Java code called war files can be deployed on the website. Okay, so let's demonstrate. So over here, we're going to go to the web server on the Tomcat port, which is 8080. Okay, if you're seeing this page via web browser, that means you've successfully set up Tomcat. So the Nikto scan reported that this endpoint over here, manager/html, this is where we're able to access the Tomcat Manager application. So manager/html. So we're going to go over to manager HTML. It's going to ask us for a username and password. So in this case, the username is Tomcat, and the password is secret. The password is secret, which is spelled like this, S3CRET. Okay. After that, we click on Sign In, and we have access to the Tomcat Web Application Manager. So if we're able to access this page as an admin level user, we can upload and deploy malicious war files. So in this case, what we want to do is we want to deploy a malicious war file on the server that gets us reverse shell access. And we can do so by using the NSF Venom tool on Kali Linux. So over here, I'm going to use another tab. So this is the command we're going to use. So MSF Venom is a tool inside of Kali Linux where you can do all sorts of malicious things. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to create a reverse shell Java file using this reverse shell payload over here, JSP shell reverse TCP. We're going to provide a listening host, which is our attacker machine, which is at this IP address. We're going to provide a listening port, which is 443, the one that I always use. We're going to specify a format, which is the war file, and an output file name, which is shell.war. So we're going to run that, and it's going to create the malicious file called shell.war that we can deploy on the Tomcat system. So we have the file here in our temp directory. Okay. we're going to go back to, okay, so before we go back and upload the file, what we're going to do is we're going to create a reverse shell listener. So over here, we're just going to create a netcat reverse shell listener on port 443. This is going to be able to catch any incoming reverse shells coming from the target system. Next, we're going to go over to the web application, and then we're going to upload a file. So war file to deploy. We're going to deploy directory located on server. War file to deploy. I think this is the section we want to use to upload the file. We're going to click on browse, and then go to our temp directory where we created the file. We've got this shell.war file, which we're going to upload to the web server, and then click on the deploy button over here. Okay, so we now have a /shell endpoint on the system. When we access the /shell endpoint on the system, let me make this a little bit bigger. When we access the /shell endpoint on the system, it's going to run the code inside of the shell.war file that we created using nsfnm, and that code is going to create a reverse shell connection to our attacker machine. So let's go ahead and do that. So in the address bar, so after the IP address, we're just going to go shell and then access that. So we see here that the page we access is blank, but when we go over to the reverse shell listener over here, it says we got a connection from this IP address, which is the target on this port over here. Okay, so let me take a look at what's going on. What we're going to do is we're going to try to, oh, sorry. We got access to the server. If we type 2MI, it says we are the Tomcat user, which means we have broken into the web server. And when we break into a server, we have to change our voice and put our scary hacker voice on. So let me just load up my voice changer.
Hey everybody, it's that time. It's the scary hacker voice time. Whenever we break into a server, we have to put on our scary hacker voice and say, "We're in."
And then we go back to our normal voice. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to upgrade our netcat shell. So netcat shells are notoriously less useful than regular SSH shells. So what we want to do is we want to locate the Python program to figure out how we can upgrade our shell. And we can upgrade our shell somewhat by using the Python 3 program. So I'm just going to do Python 3 -c, and then it's going to be import pty.spawn bin bash, and that's going to get us a slightly, oh no it doesn't, because I made a spelling error. Okay, let me do this one more time. Import pty.spawn bin bash. Okay. Cyber Dante says, "Oh dang, did I miss the scary hacker voice?" Yeah, unfortunately. Okay, well let's give you more scary hacker voice. Hold on.
Hey Cybernerd Dante, it's me, the scary hacker voice guy. This is a shout out just for you, Cybernerd Dante. I hope you're hacking the planet and everything.
Just for you. Okay. So we now have an upgraded shell over here because we used Python to spawn one over here. Great. Largeox says, haha, okay. Anyways, Largeox, welcome to the stream, and let's give you a redeem as well. So let's hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so let me look at my notes to see what's going on in the system. All right, so another interesting thing about the Tomcat program is Tomcat actually stores its credentials inside of a specific XML file, and the XML file is in the Tomcat 9 directory. So let's see, Tomcat 9 directory goes to etc Tomcat 9. So let's go over to the etc Tomcat 9 directory here, and in that directory there's a specific file called tomcat-users.xml. So this file over here on Tomcat servers has the user credentials for the system. So tomcat users.xml. When we read this file, did I spell that incorrectly? Oh, tomcat users.xml. Okay. So we see here inside this XML file, it has all of the valid users for the Tomcat web page. So we see here that the default user is this one over here. It's Tomcat password secret, but there's another set of credentials in here as well. It says username SA and password is this right here, salala ! So if we take a look at the users on the system, we see that the SA user also exists on the system, so we can actually use this set of credentials to escalate our privileges and become the SA user. So we're going to go back to another tab here, and we're going to SSH as SA to this server. So the IP address is 61, okay. SA's password that we stole from the Tomcat users XML file is SALALA ! And now they're now logged in as the SA user. So luckily for us, this is an SSH shell, so we don't have to deal with the cruddy netcat Python shell that we're using earlier. Okay. So the next thing we need to do for privilege escalation is, let me demonstrate. So for privilege escalation on this box, we're going to use something called privileged web server process. So we notice in the processes list that the Tor user is running the web server software running on port 80, which only has the default Apache page. So if we go over, so there were two different web servers on this particular machine. There is the Tomcat one at port 8080, but there's another one at the default port, which is port 80, and it just has this Apache 2 Debian default page here. If we take a look at the processes running on the system, so it's PSAUX, then we see that there's another user here named Tor that is running the Apache 2 server. So the Apache 2 server is the one that is running on port 80, and because this user is running the Apache 2 process, that means that if we use this particular web server to host a reverse shell file, then it's going to give us a reverse shell as the Tor user, which hopefully has more privileges than this SA user over here. Okay, so one other thing is required for this to work is we need to be able to write to the default web directory, which is var www.html. And we see here for this particular directory, there are full read and write privileges for everybody on the system. This is unusual, and this should not be allowed. So typically only the www data user should be able to write files to this directory, but because everybody can, we can actually create a malicious reverse shell file in this directory with the SA user. So let's do that. So we're just going to navigate over to that directory. Let's see, I'm not lean. I hadn't noticed that's a point to look at. You should look at the file permissions for web directories, because if you're able to write to a web directory as your current user, then you could potentially put malicious files on the web server from the inside. But what else about this? Over here. So when we look at the permissions in the var www HTML directory, which is the web root for the port 80 website, we see that there is public write access for that directory, which means that we can put malicious files there. So that means that we could write a reverse shell PHP file to the Tor user's web server and receive a reverse shell as the Tor user upon connection. So I'm not lean also says, but that just works in this case or in other web servers. So sometimes in these CTF exercises, you will see stuff like this, where there's more than one web server on the box, and each one of these web servers is going to have different privileges on it. It's actually something you'll come across not super commonly, but you'll see it every once in a while. But anyways, let's so what we're going to do is we're going to write the reverse shell script in the Tor user's web server. So let's do that. First of all, I'm going to get a reverse shell file, and there's actually one on Kali Linux, which is located at this location right over here. So I'm just going to copy it. Actually, no. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read it. So I'm just going to read it. And I'm going to copy all the code. So I'm just going to go over here, copy all the code from the reverse shell file, and then I'm going to go to the tab where I have my SSH access, and we're in the var www HTML directory, which is the web root for the web server on port 80. I'm going to use nano php reverse shell.php, and we're just going to write this file in the directory. I'm going to paste in all the code that I just got, and I'm going to change out a couple of variables. So I need to change out two variables with this particular reverse shell script. The first thing is to change out the IP address and then the port number. Okay, so now that this is all set up, I can save this. And now there's the index.html default page, and then there's the reverse shell.php page hosted on the web server. So all we need to do is set up our netcat listener again, and the netcat listener is going to be on port 443. Okay, so we're listening on that port, and then we're going to navigate to that page using our web browser. So our web browser is over here. Cybernerd Dante says, won't this give you shell as yourself? That's something new, you got my follow. Thank you very much, I'm not lean, for following on Twitch. Cybernerd Dante says, will this give you a shell as yourself? So this is why this is going to get us a shell as another user. So when you see, so we're going to do ps aux to see the running processes. Largeox says netcat same Burp Suite. No, it's not exactly the same. They're different programs. So the web servers, whenever you get a reverse shell from a web app, it's going to give you a shell in the context of whatever user started the process, the web server process. So down here, Tomcat is running the where is it? Tomcat. Tomcat is running the Tomcat server on port 8080. So when we got a reverse shell from that web app, we got a reverse shell as the Tomcat user because the Tomcat user started the service. So in this case, because the Tor user started the Apache 2 service, when we get a reverse shell on that web port, we're going to get a reverse shell as the Tor user. So let's see where I was in the middle of this. Okay, so to activate the reverse shell, we're going to access the file that we just created, which is php reverse shell.php. So when we run that, we see that the web page hangs, which is a good indication that that the code is running. Then we go over to our netcat listener, and we see that we've received a reverse shell connection. When we ask who am I, it says we are the Tor user because the Tor user started the Apache server on port 80. Okay, so now all we need to do is elevate our privileges one last time. So to elevate our privileges one last time, first of all, I'm going to use Python C. Actually, I think it was Python 3. Which Python 3? And then Python 3 command imports pty.spawn bin bash. Okay. And let's explain the last step in privilege escalation on this system. So the last step for privilege escalation on this system is sudo ex. So ex is actually a text editor that is related to the Vi and Vim text editors. It's an earlier version of it, I think. If we have sudo access to ex, we can use the above command to open a root shell. So we just do sudo ex and then interrupt the program process with this command right here to open up a shell with the sh program. So it's sudo ex bang/bin/sh. So over here, we do sudo l to find out that the Tor user can run as root with no password user bin ex. And then we do sudo ex, and in the middle of running the program, we do bang/bin/sh, which is going to open up a root shell for us because we're running as sudo. When we ask who am I, we are now root. Let me see if I can. Who am I? We are root. Okay. So all we need to do is run all we need to do is run our redeem where we are now root.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we managed to become the root user. So the last thing we need to do is we need to read the root flag file to complete the exercise. So we can move into the root directory, and we see here there's the root.txt flag. If we weren't root, we wouldn't be able to access this directory or this file. So we're not going to read out the root.txt contents directly because the people at the VulNyx website don't want people who do videos or walkthroughs of their machines to leak out that information for these flags. So instead, I'm going to cat the root.txt file, and I'm going to redirect the output into a file called iReadRoot.txt. After that, we're going to do an MD5 sum hash check and compare the two. So we see that these two files have the same file hash, which means they're effectively the same file, which means that we've read the root flag and we've finished the exercise. All right. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. This is going to be a YouTube video, and we will see you next time. Okay, but we're not ending our stream right now. We're just ending that portion of the stream where we do our walkthrough. I'm Not Lean says, I love that you're explaining what you do step by step. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm making videos on YouTube, so I need to explain to everybody what's going on. Let's see. Seminator Dante says, GG's, well played. Thank you very much. I come at these boxes as a person who didn't know what they were doing. Then I try to understand what exactly is going on, and then I make a video about it. Hopefully, it helps people learn about network VM hacking, stuff like this. Larjock says, I have so many questions. Maria, DB, same SQL. I see your videos about SQL injection, but await more bypass. I found SQL vulnerability in my college website. I found the error in the database, but I can't determine the number of columns. Nothing changes between 1 and 1,000. So, Larjox, when you're doing SQL, first of all, if there's SQL injection on your college website, I don't know if you should be doing SQL injection against it. What I would do is I would inform your college about the problem, and maybe their security people can take a look at it. But yeah, SQL injection. The things that I demonstrate in my videos are only very easy examples. So anything that I have on my videos is probably there are much more complicated versions of SQL injection out there. Okay, so everybody on Twitch is getting ads right now, so I'm going to put on a bird video and we can talk for a little bit while those ads run. So these are house sparrows. Let's see, I'm Not Lean says, it helps a lot. Let's see, today I learned that we should check the services running, and I normally wouldn't have thought about that. Running services are actually very important, especially if you're doing a lot of CTF exercises like this, because the running processes tells you what software is running on the system right now. And if sometimes you can take advantage of those services. And because in these CTF exercises we're all looking to elevate our privileges, sometimes the running processes give us a way to elevate our privileges on the system. But yeah, let's see. I'm Not Lean says it's a good vector if that's the name to look at. Yeah, for sure. So if anybody doesn't know, this is not a crow. It's actually a Stellar's jay. It's just that the lighting's very bad. And these are birds that are kind of related to blue jays. I guess you could say that they're cousins. All right, so the ad is over, so we can continue on with our merry way. We've got about 15 minutes before the next class is going to start. And in the next class, we're going to be looking at the Burp Suite software. So Burp Suite is a very common web application testing software. And if you're a professional that works in the web app hacking world, you will definitely be using Burp Suite, because it's just about it's the most common piece of software for people who are working in that space. Anyways, let's turn off the bird video. And we've got about 15 minutes. If anybody has any questions, any specific questions about anything we did, we could try to, if you have any questions about cybersecurity or what sites to look at for what particular subjects, please let us know in the chat. I'll try to point you in the right direction. But why are we looking? Anyways, let's close this out. I need to open up a couple of files for my next class, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So HackerFrogs. So we are the HackerFrogs. We try to help people get into cybersecurity. People who are looking to start. I like to point you in the direction of training or other educational resources. Let's see. So after school, Discord. Oh, I'm not lean there. We don't have a Discord right now. What we do have is a we do have a Reddit. So if you're interested in, if you use Reddit, even if you don't use Reddit, you can still browse. The Reddit, our Reddit is reddit.com HackerFrogs. And what we do is we post up a schedule every week for when we're doing our streams. Typically, we stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. In December, we're probably going to be doing more streams because there's going to be an event going on over at the TryHackMe website. So if anybody doesn't know, tryhackme.com is a very popular cybersecurity education and training website. And they're doing an event called Advent of Cyber 2024. Every year around December, they do 24 days of challenges. And there's going to be a challenge each day. If we take a look at one of their earlier events, say their Advent event from 2023. And you can, the best thing about these challenges over here is that each one of these TryHackMe Advent events are free. So you don't need to pay for anything to access all the challenges over here. So they've got, each day they're going to have a different cybersecurity challenge, and these are all they're very well documented. So even if you don't have experience with the techniques or the software that they're talking about that day, you can probably follow along and complete the exercise. So for example, there's an example of memory forensics. So I'm going to be doing a memory forensics workshop for my local cybersecurity community in about a week or so. But there's this challenge over here, and they talk about what memory forensics is, and then we need to wait for the rest of the room to load up. Hold on. Is this not going? Jeez. Okay, I guess not. But anyways, there's going to be an event for this December as well, so that's in about 2 weeks. And it's going to be, if you want to participate, you can take a look at this page. So there's going to be a challenge each day, and each time you finish one of these challenges, they're going to put you in a draw for a bunch of different prizes, a bunch of tech gear over here, some vouchers, some free tryhackme.com memberships and stuff. There's DEF CON tickets and a bunch of other cool stuff. Each time you finish one of the challenges as part of this event, you get put into a draw, and you can randomly win one of these prizes at the end of the event. But let's see. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start up my second virtual machine. My next virtual machine. So we just finished this deploy challenge over here. I'm just going to shut that down. The next challenge we're going to do is the different sec challenge over at VulNyx.com as well. And I suppose this one right here. So if you're interested in joining us for that, you can go ahead and download the virtual machine from that link right over there. This is a challenge that I have not looked at, so this is not going to be a live walkthrough. This is going to be me trying to solve this challenge live on stream, and that's going to be going on in about an hour or so. So it's going to be, yeah, in about 60 minutes. We're going to be doing this challenge, and we're going to be doing this completely blind. But before that, we're going to be doing another HackerFrogs class, and the HackerFrogs class is going to be about Burp Suite. So I need to get those files right now. Alright, so this is web app exploitation, and this is the last class in that course. So web app part 7, Burp Suite, part 1 of, actually this is not part 1 of 2. We're condensing this into one class. So we're just going to be looking at Burp Suite in this class. Let me grab my session notes as well. Okay. So if you want to participate, in the class that where we're going to be learning about Burp Suite, you can go ahead and make an account over at tryhackme.com. If you don't have an account at tryhackme.com, this is the link you want to use to create an account. And the challenge that we're doing is not paid, so you don't need to pay for an account to follow along with us for the class. The class is going to be happening in about 10 minutes or so you still have time to create an account if you don't have an account right now. So I'm going to start up the machine for the next challenge over here. Just in case you didn't know, we have a YouTube page. So we're at youtube.com/@theshyhat. I'll drop the link in the chat. And we are currently live. We also have a bunch of different videos. So for example, we have all of our previous live sessions over here. They're all archived, so if you wanted to watch one on a particular subject, you can find them over there. We also have our video series. So we just did a live walkthrough for the deploy machine on VulNyx. I've been publishing these videos over here that are basically clipped out versions of the walkthroughs on the live stream, and but these ones are much more concise. I basically cut out everything that doesn't have to do with with the challenge. Every time I go on one of my tangents, that's going to get clipped out. We also have different walkthrough videos for all these different challenges. Most of them have to do with PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is another great cybersecurity education website. And if you're interested in that, you can always go to picoctf.org and sign up over there. It is another free resource. We've got a lot of stuff over there. If you're interested in Hack the Box, and Hack the Box is another very well-known cybersecurity education website. You can get started with the starting point machines over here. This is a service where you have to connect to their network using an open VPN key, which you can download after you create an account over there. But we also have a couple of videos on here about how to create your own Kali Linux machine after installing VirtualBox. So we've got this one. So just in case you didn't know how to create virtual machines and make your own Kali Linux machine as a virtual machine on your computer, you can learn how to do so at the following link. Let's see. Still have about 5 minutes. I don't have enough time to actually do an exercise in that time. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to stall. If you're interested in, so another thing you need to ask yourself when you want to get into cybersecurity is, what specialty do I want to go into? So there are a lot of different specializations in cybersecurity. For example, if we go over to PicoCTF, the challenges at PicoCTF are divided into different categories. So, for example, they've got web exploitation, they've got cryptography, reverse engineering, forensics, general skills, binary exploitation. So each one of, well, most of these categories over here are associated with different jobs inside of cybersecurity. Largeox says, do you think I should make my main system Kali Linux, or should I keep working on virtual VBox for cybersecurity students? I think you should, when you're using Kali Linux, my recommendation is to use it inside a virtual machine. So I'm working inside a virtual machine right now. This is my Kali Linux virtual machine. The good thing about working with a virtual machine is that you can revert it to different snapshots. And when you create your Kali Linux virtual machine, the first thing you want to do after you update the system is you want to create a snapshot. So in case you screw up the system by, well, through some sort of accident or by installing some weird software, you can always revert it back to its original state. And that's what I recommend for Kali Linux. Don't run it as your main system. Always keep it as a virtual machine so that you can revert it back to a previous state in case something really weird or screwed up happens to that system. But yeah, so for each one of these categories over here, for example, web exploitation, there are a bunch of different jobs associated with web exploitation in cybersecurity. So, for example, there are bug bounty hunters, and there are web app security testers, as well as cryptography. I actually don't know. There might be professional cryptographers working in cybersecurity, but cryptography is definitely a skill you should know a fair amount about, especially if you're working as a web app developer. You definitely want to know what is cryptographically secure and what is not. Zerx, good morning. Hello and good morning. You must be somewhere around Europe or India or somewhere else that is currently doing morning right now. Because it's not, well, where I am, it's not morning. It's around 5 o'clock in the evening for me. Largeox says, okay. Zerk says, there is a separate path introduced for web application pen testing. Oh, yeah. There's actually a new course for that in TryHackMe. But web security needs IT experience or valuable certs. Kind of hard for a fresher to hop in. I think it is possible. It is possible to go into web security if you don't have previous experience as a developer, but you definitely have to do a lot of studying before you could try at that. So the way into web security is probably as a web developer first, and then getting into web app security afterwards. I'm Not Lean says, I hate web exploitation. So Cybernerd Dante also says, bug bounty is completely free. Well, I mean, you could certainly learn all the skills that you need to do for bug bounty, for bug hunting, bug bounty hunting stuff. You can do all that stuff. You can learn all that stuff for free, but you would probably gain a better understanding about bug bounty exploits that you would use if you come from like a background in web development or something like that. But I agree that you don't need to pay a bunch of money to become a bug bounty hunter. Let's see. I love web exploitation, says Pebble. And Zerk says, Cybernerd Dante long time no see. Okay, great. Everybody, let's start our next class. It is the top of the hour. So we're going to be doing our intro to Burp Suite right now. And this is a HackerFrogs program. Where were we? Okay. So this is web app hacking. We're going to be doing Burp Suite, part 1 of 2. I'm not sure. Maybe I might do another session, but this is supposed to be the last session for for web app hacking, and this is the 8th Intro to Web App Hacking workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following web app hacking concepts. We learned about union-based SQL injection, and we used these attacks on both the DVWA app, on TryHackMe, as well as on PicoCTF. We also learned about blind SQL injection, the authorization bypass, and we practiced using the authorization bypass on a couple of different apps, on the PicoCTF website, on TryHackMe, and I think we also tried doing it on the OWASP Juice Shop as well. So in this workshop, we're going to be taking a look at Burp Suite, which is an industry standard app used for web app security testing. If you've never interacted with Burp Suite before, it is there's a very steep learning curve to learning about Burp Suite, but we'll try to cover the basics about how to interact with this very popular web app security tool. We're going to be learning with TryHackMe, and we're going to be using this room over here at tryhackme.com. It's going to be the DVWA room, which stands for Darn Vulnerable Web App, and you can access it from this link over here. Let me just look it up. DVWA. Okay, here we go. So if you want to follow along, you can do so over here. Okay, so everybody, if you're following along, please let us know in the chat by typing in "I want to learn about burp!" exclamation point, smiley face, like that. But if you just want to watch, that is completely fine as well. So let me leave the room to demonstrate what it's going to look like if you are coming at this fresh. Lardoc says, "I want to learn burp." That's great. Okay, so go ahead and navigate to this room, the TryHackMe one, and then you're going to see this button over here, the green one that says Join Room. Go ahead and click on that, and that's going to give you access to all the materials in here. After that, there are two things you need to do. The first thing you need to do is you need to click on the Start Machine button over here, and that's going to start up the DVWA machine. And the second thing you need to do is you need to click on this button over here at the top of the page. It's labeled Start Attack Box. Go ahead and click on that. When you do that, you're going to see the browser pane split into two, and you're going to see this loading bar over here. So the loading bar is going to take about 2 minutes to initialize. So in the meantime, we can talk about whatever you want. If you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask. I've got a bird video over here that you can watch where this guy is having the time of his life eating some peanuts. So we're just waiting a little bit while the virtual machines load up. So we see this loading bar over here going. It's at 40%. We've got about a minute to go. In the meantime, this guy's going pretty good. Summer Dante says peanuts pretty darn good. I don't blame him. For real. Okay, so yeah. So what these birds do is they just they grab all the peanuts here, and then they fly away and they hide them. So they cache all their food, and then they can come and revisit all their caches when they get hungry. So these birds can't eat too much all at once, because if they eat too much, then they'll get fat and they won't be able to fly very well. So what they need to do is they need to keep their food in a bunch of different places, so that when they become hungry, they can go and access the food that they've cached away. So the same thing with these squirrels over here. So the squirrels, they usually grab some peanuts and then they go and they hide the peanuts somewhere. And then when they get hungry, they come back and they dig the peanuts up and they eat them. Okay, so we should be done. Okay, so when the attack box over here finishes initializing, you should see this terminal over here, this rainbow colored one. What you need to do is you need to dismiss this message. So just click on it and hit enter. And oh, we've got our Christmas desktop over here. That's great. Okay, so this is the attack box, and the attack box is basically a virtual machine that we can access via the web to access all the machines on the TryHackMe network. What we want to do is we want to put this in its own browser tab. So we don't want it to be all squished like this. We want a full pane that we can interact with. So we can go to the center of the web page and then go down, and there's going to be this button over here. The button is labeled View in Full Screen. We can just click on that, and then the attack box is going to be put into its own browser tab like this. So this is what we want, and then we can go back to the original TryHackMe page, and then we can close this. So we go to the center, go down, and then slightly to the right, we're going to see this button right here labeled Exit Split View. Click on that, and now we have our TryHackMe page in its own browser pane and its own browser tab, and we have the attack box in its own browser tab. Okay, so if for some reason you're having difficulties, please let us know in the chat and we'll try to help you out. But otherwise, from here, what we can do is we can start up Burp Suite. So on TryHackMe, from the attack box, we can go over to this icon right here, which is on the right hand side. It's the blue one, and it looks kind of like a face. And this is Burp Suite Community Edition. We can start this up by clicking on the icon. It might take a little while to start up. This sounds very dramatic with the Mass Effect music in the background. Just in case. But of course, if you were to watch this on, I think the music is going to stick around for YouTube, but on my end, my recording isn't going to have the music. Anyways, this is going to take a little while to load up. In the meantime, we can learn a little bit more about Burp Suite in the presentation here. So, Burp Suite is the web app testing tool of choice for cybersecurity professionals who test web apps. It can intercept the traffic from web apps and do all sorts of stuff with that data. Burp Suite captures and enables the modification of web app traffic between the browser and the server, and includes the following 5 tools for web app testing. There are probably more than 5 tools, but these are the tools that we're going to introduce to you right now. So the first tool is the Burp Proxy. The Burp Proxy server is what enables web traffic to be captured and recorded. It sits between the browser and the server, enabling web traffic capture. The second tool is the Web Spider. The Burp Spider is a web app indexing robot which maps out different endpoints inside a target web app. Similar tools to the Burp Spider include Derb, GoBuster, and FerrixBuster. So it's basically a tool that helps you index different directories and endpoints on the target web app. The third tool is the Burp Intruder. The Burp Intruder is a tool that can be used for different web brute forcing attacks with modular payloads and word lists. There are similar tools that do the same thing. They include tools like Hydra, WFuzz, FFUF, etc. The fourth tool is the Burp Scanner. The Burp Scanner is an automated web app vulnerability scanner which tests all endpoints found in the web app for known vulnerabilities. So similar tools to this include Nikto, OpenVAS, and Zap. So famously, the Burp Scanner is a very, very useful tool for doing web app pen testing, because the Burp Scanner can find stuff for you that that you weren't necessarily looking for, and it's very handy when you're working in that space. Unfortunately, the Burp Scanner doesn't come with the free version of Burp Suite, so a lot of professionals they get their license so they can use really useful tools in Burp like the Burp Scanner. And the last tool that we're going to be talking about is the Burp Repeater. So the Burp Repeater is a tool which allows for manual web request manipulation and testing. And I use the Burp Repeater a lot when I'm working inside of Burp Suite. It basically lets you take a web request and you can do some testing by modifying the request and then sending it over and over again and see if you get a different result from the web server. Okay, so we've got an ad coming up in a bit, so we're just going to wait until the ad is over before we keep on going. So while we're waiting for the ads to go by, I'm just going to I'm going to play more bird videos. Hold on. If you're sick and tired of bird videos, let me know, and maybe we can find some different videos to play later. So this is a video I like to call the greediest sparrow. So the sparrow over here does not want to share any of the food, so he's puffing himself up and fighting with everything that is coming close to the food. Lardoc says, is there a specific protection in the server that detects that you are scanning a specific site with Burp Suite? So web servers will be able to log all of the different connections that are made to it, and tools like Burp Suite definitely have a specific a signature that you can check for. So I'm Not Lean says, not till you send the request. So if you decide to turn the Burp Scanner on, and scan a web application, all those requests that are made by the scanner are going to be picked up by the logs on the web server. So if you're looking for Burp Scanner clues, you can probably find them. So let me just look for this real quick. So I'm just going to ask ChatGPT. Oh, I don't have ChatGPT open on here. Let's open it up. OpenAI chat. Okay, let's ask the question. Would web servers be able to log scans from a tool like the Burp Suite scanner? Pebble says it would look like a regular request, nothing suspicious, unless you're running automated scanning or brute forcing, which can get your IP blocked pretty quickly. So of course it would look like regular traffic, but there are probably signatures associated with with specific tools. Oh, it didn't go through. Did it not go through? Hold on. So, would you be able to tell from web server logs that the app was being actively scanned by the Burp Suite scanner? It doesn't seem to be going through. Cyberner Dante says, bug bounty programs will ask you to put specific headers in your requests so that their IDS/IPS knows that you're conducting security testing. So That makes a lot of sense. I haven't done bug bounty myself, so I don't know what the standard operating procedures are, but it does sound that does sound like it makes a lot of sense. So I guess I'm not getting anything from ChatGPT right now. Okay, no, it did go through. So it says yes, web servers can log activity from tools like Burp Suite Scanner if certain conditions are met. Here's how it works and here's how you might get logged. So web servers typically get these informations. Okay. So characteristics of scans from Burp Suite. So there's high request frequency. So you can tell that if your web app is being actively scanned because the requests are going to come very, very fast and very, very often. So this is how you could tell that some sort of scanning software is being used against your web application. And there's also systematic exploration. So it's basically it's also going to send you requests in a very methodical way that are going to map out specific directories. So if you see that it's trying to hit a bunch of different endpoints that don't exist on your server, that's probably a sign that you're being actively scanned by a tool like Burp Suite Scanner. Okay, so let's go back. The ad is over, so we can go back to our presentation. So similar tools to the Burp Repeater include tools like Zap, Postman, and Charles Proxy. I don't know what Charles Proxy is, but that's just what I found when I did some searching. So installation, while learning about Burp Suite, it's recommended to access it via the virtual machines, VMs such as TryHackMe, the attack box there, or by the Kali Linux VM. So Kali Linux has the community version of Burp Suite installed on it by default. So if you're using a Kali Linux VM, it's a good opportunity to interact with Burp Suite in a virtual machine environment. I've never used Burp Suite on my local host, but it is possible if you really want to. Even so, manual installation, download, and installation of Burp Suite is available for all major operating systems from the Portswigger company website. You can download the community version of Burp Suite for free, and it works for Mac, Windows, and Linux. So let's introduce the dashboard of Burp Suite. Before we do that, let's just go back to our attack box on TryHackMe. So after Burp Suite is finished loading up, you're going to see this screen over here. What you need to do to advance is to click on Next, and then click on Start Burp Suite after that. So if you're using Burp Suite, and actually Pebble, do you show Burp Suite on your stream quite often? Because this is something that's really useful. If you go over to the Settings tab, and then go over to User Interface, and then you go to Display, you can actually set the size of all the font in the program. So I'm going to set mine to like 20 font, and that's going to make it a lot easier for people to see what's going on inside of Burp Suite. Maybe I'll make it even bigger. Actually, maybe 20 is fine. And then you can also go to Cyberner Dante says you can make it dark mode as well if that's something you prefer. I think if everybody wants me to turn on dark mode, please let us know in the chat. Otherwise, I'm okay using light mode, but I guess we can do dark mode. Oh, look at that. Okay, yeah, we can put on dark mode. Thank you very much, Cyberner Dante. Alright. So let's talk a little bit about the Burp Suite interface. So I don't think if your screen is if your interface is too small, you won't be able to see everything on it. But let's talk a little bit about the interface first. So this is the dashboard. So when you load up Burp Suite, it usually takes you to the default page is usually the dashboard view. And the dashboard over here is subdivided into 4 different sections. So the first part of the dashboard is the task window. It's going to keep track of visited web pages in the Community Edition, but in the Pro Edition, it records scans and other tasks. There's also the event log window, which shows actions taken by the program for later analysis. There's the issue activity window, which is not relevant in Community Edition, but it displays vulnerabilities identified in the project scope in the Pro Edition. And in the advisory window, this is going to provide detailed information about identified vulnerabilities, which again is only supported in the Pro Edition of Burp Suite. So back over here, let's see. So this is very. I can't even tell what I'm looking at right now. I think it's because I made everything big. But anyways, most of the time when you're working in Burp Suite Community, you don't need to worry about the dashboard because most of the dashboard information has to do with the modules that are only available in the Pro Edition. So we're going to ignore the dashboard and we're going to move on to the other sections of the application. So how do we navigate inside of Burp Suite? So navigating inside of Burp Suite mostly comes down to selecting the desired tab on the navigation bar. So on the navigation bar at the very top of the interface, you're going to see these tabs over. You're going to see these different buttons over here. There's Burp, Project, Intruder, Repeater, View, Help. But under that, there's going to be a bunch of different tabs that lead to different sections of the application. So over here, these are the buttons I'm talking about at the top. So you've got Burp, Project, Intruder, Repeater, View, Help. But these are the main sections of Burp Suite. So there's Dashboard, Target, Proxy, Intruder, Repeater, Collaborator, etc., etc. If you want to go to any of these sections, you just need to click on the different tabs, and it's going to open up that particular section of the program for you. Okay? So within a specific tab, you can navigate to different sub-tabs below the main tab bar. So for example, inside of the Proxy tab, you've got these different sections here. So there's Intercept, HTTP history, WebSockets history, and then like a settings button over here. Let me demonstrate. So over here, we can go over to Dashboard. Dashboard, there's not really too much here for subtabs, but over at the Proxy tab, we've got Intercept, HTTP history, WebSockets history, match and replace. So most of the time when you're working with Burp Suite Free Edition, you're going to be working inside the Proxy tab, the Intruder tab, the Repeater tab, and these are basically the three main tools you're going to be working inside when you're working inside of Burp Suite, the Free Edition, anyways. Cyberner and Dante, if you frequently use one of these other tabs when you're working inside Burp Suite, please let us know if you use the Collaborator very often, or the Decoder, or the Logger, etc. So for example, in the Proxy tab, there are the Intercept, HTTP history, and WebSockets history subtabs. So the other thing we should be aware of is the options button, and we can take a look at the Burp Suite settings page from this button over here. Settings can be accessed from the settings button on the top right corner of the UI. I don't know if they've changed this or not, but yeah. So the top left corner over here. Wait, this is the top right corner. Sorry, top right corner. This is going to open up your settings, and then you can access all the different Burp Suite settings from here. Okay, once the settings page is open, you can use user or global settings or project settings from the respective tabs at the top left of the UI. Usually when you're working inside of the when you're working inside the free version of Burp Suite, we don't usually set up specific individual projects, but this option is here for professionals who are working on a specific job, and they want to use they want to use different options for different projects that they're working on. Cyber Dante says, negative, sometimes I use the decoder if I'm lazy to open CyberChef. The collaborator is good for out-of-band vulnerabilities. Yeah, well, I mean, I did get a chance to use the collaborator when I was employed briefly as a web app tester, but you can't use the collaborator as a free user. So that's why I'm not going to be talking too much about the collaborator today. So let's introduce everybody to the Burp proxy. And the Burp proxy is basically the most important part of Burp Suite, because the Burp proxy lets you record all of the traffic that goes between you and the browser. So the Burp proxy allows web traffic to be recorded, reviewed, and replayed. One thing to take note of is the intercept is on button. So proxy intercept is on. Please learn to turn this off, because if you don't turn this off, you are going to have a very bad time. When intercept is on, each web request has to be manually allowed or dropped before the next one can be sent. So if you have this on, you send a request and you expect it to go through, it's not going to go through, and you're going to be wondering why your web requests are not going through. It's because you have this intercept is on button set. In most cases, we don't want intercept to be on, and we should ensure that the intercept is on button is toggled off. So let's do that right now. So over at Burp Suite, intercept is on, and we need to turn this off. So just click on the intercept is on button, and then make sure that it says intercept is off. I don't know how strongly I need... You have no idea how strongly I need to emphasize this. You will tear your hair out trying to figure out why your Burp Suite or your web browser isn't working when this is turned on. Okay, so next we're going to talk about the sitemap and issue definitions. The Burp target tab allows for us to define which IP addresses or URLs to be considered in scope for web traffic proxy and capture. So basically, you can restrict the traffic being recorded by Burp Suite by using the target sitemap tab. So you can go over to the Burp Suite target sitemap tab. And what does it say? Sitemap URL view is empty. Oh, okay. I think you can set the scope in here. So in the scope tab over here, you can add a scope, which is like a URL or an IP address. So let's take this opportunity to get our IP address for the DVWA app. So over here at TryHackMe DVWA, go ahead and copy the target IP address to your clipboard. Then go over to the attack box and then open up this button over here. I'm pretty sure you can't... Yeah. So you have to open up this button over here and then click on the clipboard. That's the only way you can paste stuff into your clipboard for the attack box, unfortunately. So after you've pasted in your IP address, you can close this back up with this button right here. And then you can add a scope. You can click in and then paste in the IP address and then hit OK. So it's going to tell you that you've added an item to the target scope. Do you want Burp to stop sending out of scope items to your history or other Burp tools? You usually want to answer yes, and that means that only traffic that comes in from this IP is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. Okay, so what's next? So the Burp Suite browser, this is where all the magic happens. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the Burp Suite browser that is connected to Burp Suite, and anything that we record inside of this browser is going to be sent to the Burp proxy, and we're going to be able to analyze it afterwards. So using the Burp Suite browser to proxy web traffic, this is the most convenient option to capture data going to Burp Suite. You can also connect Burp Suite to other browsers aside from Burp Suite's own browser, but I wouldn't recommend it because there's more setup stuff that you need to do if you want to do that. So let me demonstrate how to open up the Burp Suite browser. So over here, you want to go to Proxy, and then Intercept. Then go down. There's going to be a button over here that says Open Browser. So there's another button over here that says Open Browser as well. This is in the Proxy Intercept tab. Proxy Intercept. Click on Open Browser, and then it's going to show you some message over here. It says your OS does not support Burp's browser running it with its sandbox enabled. So in TryHackMe in particular, we need to go and muck around with the settings a little bit. So we're going to go to the settings. So go ahead and go to the settings button, click on it. Then go down to Burp's browser. So under Tools, there's Burp's browser, click on that. Scroll down to Browser Running, and then click on this box here. Allow Burp's browser to run without a sandbox. This is required for TryHackMe, the TryHackMe installation in particular. So after you click on that, we're finished. So we just need to close out the settings window, and then we can open the browser. So the browser might take a few moments to start up. The TryHackMe machines are a bit slow, but the important thing is that TryHackMe gives us access to virtual machines like this in the first place, so that's nice. Okay, so after it finishes loading up, you should see this icon over here. So this is the Chromium browser, which is connected to Burp Suite. So anything in this Chromium browser here is going to be recorded by the Burp Suite proxy. So I'm just going to make this a little bigger. If you still have the IP address on your clipboard, you can paste in your IP address. And remember, you got your IP address from the TryHackMe page over here. And then you can stick an HTTP in front of that, and then hit enter. That's going to give you access to the DVWA app. So in the DVWA app, there's going to be a username and password you need to put in. The username is admin, and the password is password. PASSAORWD WRD. Okay. That's gonna log you into the DVWA app, and after you've done all of this, you can minimize your browser here, and then go over to Burp Suite proxy, and then HTTP history. You're going to see that all of the requests that you made to the DVWA app, these were all recorded. So you're going to see the host, which is the IP address. You're going to see the HTTP method that was used, the get method, the post method over here. So which endpoint was contacted, and all this other information over here. There's just a lot of information that's recorded, and you can actually take a look at each one of these requests. So for example, when we logged in, we made a post request. So if you look at method, and you take a look here, there's a post request here. So the post request in here, it's got all the information that you sent and all the information that you got in response. So Okay, so we're gonna come back to this, but just keep in mind this is why people use Burp Suite. People use Burp Suite so that they can record all of the traffic that between the web browser, the server, and the proxy over here, and you're able to analyze it. You can modify it. You can resend it. You can do all sorts of testing, and this is what Burp Suite provides to its users. Okay, so this is the Burp browser. This is the special setting we need to put in the settings in order to get it working on TryAcme. We talked about scoping and targeting. In most cases, we want to set the scope for our testing and exclude all traffic that is outside the URL or the IP address of the scope. If we don't set the scope for the proxy, then you're going to see a lot of different web requests that go out automatically to websites like Google and stuff for analytics. And you don't want that kind of traffic to be polluting your HTTP history over here. You want to keep it nice and tight, so that only the traffic from whatever you set is being returned to the Burp proxy. So we can manually set the scope by using the target scope, include in scope, add button. So this is what it used to look like. It might not look like this anymore, but it probably looks like something kind of similar. Proxying HTTPS. One of the reasons why it's preferable to use Burp's browser to proxy web traffic is because it avoids some setup steps such as downloading and configuring HTTPS certificates. It used to be that you needed to run a bunch of extra steps in order to get Burp to proxy to your regular web browser, but using Burp's browser is just so much better. Okay, so our last task in the room is to perform a web app attack on the room's associated web app. We're no longer using this particular web app for this exercise. We're now using the DVWA app. So let's demonstrate over here. I think... How much time do we have left on this machine? So we still have about 25 minutes. Okay, that's enough time to finish this exercise. So let me demonstrate one more thing that we can do inside of Burp Suite. So in the proxy HTTP history tab, we've got this login form over here. So this login request, so you should see here post. This is the only post method we have. What we can do inside the request window is we can right click on it, and then we can click on this option over here that says send to repeater. This is going to send the request to the Burp repeater, where we can actually examine the request and resend the request if necessary. So click on that. You're going to see the repeater tab light up orange like this. So that means that something was sent to it. So you can click on the repeater tab, and you're going to see the request and the response over here. This is a bit small. I'm going to try to make the view a little bit bigger. Hold on. This is very small. Need to make it bigger. Where is that option? I think it's in settings, repeater, and in repeater, global settings. Sorry for the interruption. I just need to make everything nice and big. Cyber Dante or Pebble, if you're still here, if you know where the setting is, please let me know. Configuration library, no. User interface. Okay, so user interface side panel. Hold on. Message editor. Okay, yeah, this is it. This is it. I just need to change the font. Okay, so I'll just make this 20-point font, nice and big. Okay. And it's down in the user interface display, and then scroll down. Ah, okay. All right. So now we've got nice and big text that we can see. All right. So everybody here, we've got the request window, and then we've got so the request window here inside the repeater. It's going to have all of the different settings for the HTTP requests that we're sending out. So this is everything that was sent out. An interesting thing to note here is that so the body of the request in here is sent in plain text. So you can see whatever you sent as the username and the password over here. And if someone were to intercept this traffic, because we're sending it over HTTP and not HTTPS, they would see your credentials over here. So that's just something to keep in mind. When we click on send on this request, we're going to see there's a redirect. So this is a redirect because we know this because this is in the 300 range, and all of the response codes in the 300 range are redirects. Inside the repeater here, another very handy thing we can do is we can click on this render. Well, actually, we can't click on the render window here, but I'll demonstrate that a little bit later. Okay, what we can do is we can also modify. So any of these headers here, we can modify the values of them and then resend them and see what happens. So most of the time, you don't want to mess around with these settings, because if you change even something a little bit, so say you put something else in the endpoint over here, you send this, it's gonna say 404 not found. It's very easy to screw up things when you start messing around with the headers, but sometimes you definitely need to modify the headers to send certain types of attacks. Okay, and we've got an ad break going on Twitch. So while the ad break is going on Twitch, we're just gonna have a little chat. Let's see. Oh, here's a recent video. There you go. Eat those peanuts. So this is probably from a couple of weeks ago. If anybody has any comments or questions, I'm happy to comment on or answer any questions. We'll be back in about a minute or so, but in the meantime, we can watch the birds eat. Where are we? Here we go. There's a sparrow, and it's having the time of his life, just sitting down and digging in. Howdo says, "Is that your bird feeder?" Yes, this is my bird feeder. I made it from a coat rack and a bunch of sticks. And I don't really know how to tie knots, so the strings that everything tied together are very, very messy. Also, the birds pick at them, and that's why they look like that. So the ad is going to end in just a little bit. Let's see if we can get... So this Sailor J is going to fly in, I think, right about now. Right about now. Whoa. So the bird is going to fly away because it sees a bigger bird coming. This guy just comes over here. Okay, so let's continue. What was I saying? Yeah, so you can edit all the headers over here and all the information in the headers. For example, if you want to spoof your user agent and pretend that you're not using the Mozilla one, but something else, you can edit all of this. And let's just say you can call your user agent anything basically. You can just call it HackerFrogs, and then you can send this request. and it's going to say, well, I mean, the user agent header doesn't especially affect too much, so you can edit it to your heart's content. But we have about 15 minutes left. Let's demonstrate one instance where we could take advantage of Burp Suite over here. So over in the Burp browser, which is this one right here, go ahead and click on that. So we need to change some settings inside of the DVWA to make use of it. We're going to scroll down to DVWA security. We need to change this. And we need to change this from impossible. So the security level is currently impossible. We can't do anything when it's set to impossible. So we need to click on impossible over here and set this to low security. Then we need to click on submit. Okay. And then afterwards, after the security setting is set to low, we're going to try a let's try the command injection page. So command injection, this is a vulnerability that we learned about a couple of sessions ago. Just click on that. You're going to see here ping a device, enter an IP address. So if we wanted to use this endpoint in its intended way, what we would do is we would enter an IP address. So we could do 127.0.0.1, which is the local host. So basically we're having the web app ping itself, and then click on submit. And then it sends back a response, which is this Linux looking output over here. So what happens in this endpoint is that the app is using some sort of Linux command and then sending it to the web app. So what we can do is, after we've done this, we can minimize this and then go over to the Burp proxy. So in Burp Suite, we go to Burp proxy and then HTTP history. We can go down to the very bottom of the list. You're going to see that the last request over here is going to be a post request. Go ahead and click on that. So this is the request that we sent to the web page. We want to mess around with this. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click and we're going to send this to the repeater. So just click into the request window here, right click, and then send it to the repeater. Then go over to the repeater tab. In the repeater tab, you're going to see the request in here. And over here, you can actually see the information that you sent to the server. And this is going to be this key pair. So it's going to be IP equals 127.0.0.1 and submit equals submit. So when we send this, you can click on this to send the request again. And it's going to take a little while for this to come back because the ping command that the web browser, that the web server is using, takes about 4 seconds to complete. Then it sends back this response over here. If you don't want to see the HTTP source, and instead in the response you want to see the web browser rendered version of it, in the response you can click on this header right here called render, and that's going to render out the data and it's going to use you're going to see the response in rendered by a web browser, basically what the web browser would show you. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do to complete our exercise is we're going to go down and we're going to start mucking around with the IP value that we're sending over here. This is a command injection vulnerability exercise that we're doing here. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the IP value here, and we're going to change it from the IP address to semicolon and then hash. Semicolon hash is how we is how we escape from Linux commands. So the semicolon is going to stop the Linux command, and the hash over here is going to comment out anything that comes after the command inside of the app. What we put in the middle here is going to be our OS command injection. So in this case, we could do something like who am I, and see if this sends us back a response from the web server. So after we've finished modifying it, we can click on send again. And when it comes back, we see that we received this output over here, which is www.data, which is what we would expect from the Linux whoami command. So we basically have OS command injection at this point, and we're able to do it through modifying HTTP. Oh gosh, let's see. Response requests. So these are requests. So all the requests here, we can modify them and then send them to the server, and the server is going to send us a response, and we can observe the response from Burp Suite over here. So a lot of different web app vulnerabilities rely on being able to modify request information and then observe the response from the server. We can't do this from other tools. So if we're just using a regular web browser, there are a lot of vulnerabilities. So if we're just using a web browser, we wouldn't be able to exploit any of these web app vulnerabilities because we can't modify any of the data that we're sending. So the web browser was intended for regular users to use, not security testers. So there's a lot of stuff that we can't do from a regular web browser. The same thing with we can do a lot of different modification of web requests with a tool like curl, but still there are some things about curl that we can't modify completely. Well, we could probably do all of the we could probably do a lot of different web app vulnerability testing using curl, but the thing is that using Burp Suite is a much easier interface to look at as opposed to keeping track of all those curl requests. Okay, so let's wrap up. We have a few minutes left. If you have any questions about how we interact with Burp Suite, please let us know in the chat, and I'll try to answer your questions as best I can. Burp Suite is huge. It's got a lot of different tools that you can work within. I've only ever used stuff like the proxy, the intruder, the repeater, sometimes the collaborator. Most of these other tools I've not touched. So there's a lot of so Burp Suite is very, very powerful, and it comes with a lot of functionality that a lot of users, even if you're web security testers, you're probably not going to interact with unless you do a lot of deep diving into some very specific functionality for this program. But don't worry about that. As a regular user of any program, you only ever interact with the parts of the program that you are required to use. For instance, I use DaVinci Code. DaVinci Resolve. So I use DaVinci Resolve. It's a video editing software, and there are so many things that you can do with DaVinci Resolve, and I only never know how to use like a few different things in that program because the program's just got too much stuff. You can't expect the users to know the entire program before they start interacting with it. It's not a realistic goal. Same thing with Burp Suite. In Burp Suite, you learn how to use the proxy. Maybe you learn how to use the repeater. These are two very important tools. Then eventually you'll learn how to use something like the intruder or the collaborator. But you need to learn how to use one tool at a time, and you only ever need to know the tools that you're interested in using. But let's get over to our summary for today's class. So let's review the web exploitation concept we learned in this workshop. Burp Suite. Burp Suite is the industry standard software framework for testing web apps. It includes many different tools, but the Burp tool that enables the rest of the framework is the Burp proxy. The Burp proxy server is what enables web traffic to be captured and recorded. It sits between the browser and the server, enabling traffic capture. What's next? So I might do one more workshop covering Burp Suite again and talking about specifically the repeater tool, but we may not. Please stay tuned for that. But thank you for everybody for coming to today's workshop, and I hope you learned a bit about Burp Suite. If you have any questions about anything that we did today, please let us know. If you're looking to get into web app security testing, you definitely need to learn this tool. You definitely need to learn this tool. There are alternatives out there to Burp Suite, tools like OWASP Zap or Kaido. Those tools are great, but if you're working as a professional inside of web app security testing, if you're working for someone, they're going to expect you to know how to use Burp Suite, and they also will talk to you about using Burp Suite, and if you don't know how to use Burp Suite, then you're in big trouble. Simon Dante says Burp Suite and FFUF, and you're set for life. Yeah, FFUF. Actually, you can do a lot of the stuff that you do in FFUF inside of Burp Suite, but if you're using the free edition, you're not able to use the Burp Intruder, which is what you would use for attacks like FFUF. You can't use this properly unless you have the Pro Edition. So, Cyberner Dante, you're right. You're right. FFUF would be great for fuzzing. And I actually need to learn how to use FFUF better. Because I still consider myself a big noob as far as that program is concerned. Okay, so that was the class. That is the end of the HackerFrogs web app hacking course, and we're probably going to have another batch of courses coming out in the next year in January or February. So please look out for that. Okay, so let's shut everything down. So here, just exit out of there. So to be polite to the people over at TryAcme, you can actually terminate your machines and terminate your attack box as well. That just saves them a little bit of time as far as server costs are concerned. Okay. All right, everybody. Let me just take a little drink, and then we're going to get started into our other free hacking portion of today's stream. Okay. So just let me have a little drink of water. Okay, so let's get started with the next portion of the stream. So we're going to be doing testing against this box over here. It is called DifferentSec. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some free hacking. I've never seen this challenge before, and I did do a little bit of I did do an initial Nmap scan just to make sure that my tools were working against this target. And the IP address we're going to be hacking against is going to be 10.02.63, so I need to keep that in mind. But let's get started with our scan on this CTF virtual machine target. Okay, so let's get rid of some of this clutter. So the first thing we want to do when we're working against one of these CTF box exercises is we want to do an Nmap scan. So the Nmap scan is going to be against this IP address, and Nmap is going to show us what ports are open on this target. It's going to scan all the ports on the target, and it's going to report any working network services on there. It's going to show us very verbose output because we give this argument here. It's going to run very fast, but not too fast with this argument here, -T4. And it's going to show us it's going to run common scripts against whatever services it finds with this argument here, -S_C. And it's also going to give us versioning information on the services it finds with this -V. Okay, so let's run this command. Thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante. Says great class, man. I try my best, but I'm still a novice when it comes to Burp Suite. But I like to teach what I've learned, and this is the type of stuff that I would have really appreciated when I was first getting started in cybersecurity. So we see here that the scan came back. There's only one port available on the target. Pebble says, time to test the web app skills. Put this web app security skills to the test now. Yeah, maybe. Well, probably. There's only one port open on the system. It's port 80. So it says this is different sec. And thank you very much, Pebble, for sticking around and giving us words of encouragement. Let's do a redeem. So let's drink all the booze and hack all the things. Alright, so we're ready to start scanning against this web app over here. It's on port 80. It feels like I do a lot of web app hacking when I do these CTF boxes. But that's pretty normal because there are a lot of web apps out there in the universe. So let's scan against this box. So we're going to run Nikto first. So Nikto is a web app security scanner. Web app vulnerability scanner rather. And I run it like this to get some extra scans in, -C all, and the host we have to provide over here. Nikto is going to be able to find a lot of low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities if they exist on the system, but they might not. A lot of the time Nikto doesn't find anything super useful, but that's fine. Sometimes it does find something good. So in another tab, we're going to run the DERB directory busting program. DERB is not something that that people use super often in modern environments because it's a very old program. But the DERB word list, sometimes the DERB word list that it uses has some unique entries to it, and sometimes you can get some interesting results through running DERB on your web server target. So we see here that we've got assets, we've got images. The assets directory is listable. The images directory is also listable. And the uploads directory is listable. So this is a very interesting find. So this indicates that there is some sort of upload capability on this web app. So we just need to find it and then find some way to upload some malicious files, and then we'll be able to compromise the web server. So first of all, we should probably run a GoBuster scan to look for some other endpoints on the system before we start doing our manual enumeration. So can somebody give if you're in the chat and you've done web app security stuff, please give us some good extensions to include. So we probably want to look for some HTML, some PHP, some TXT files, some zip files, some BAC files, some XML files, some JSON files, some JS files. Oh, what else? What other types of file extensions should we look for? Let's see. Sermon Dante has all of the good ones. MD, right? MD, log, sh, CSS. Yeah, okay. So let's start with this. If we find something that indicates that there's some other file extensions on the system, we might add them to this. But I'm just going to start with this. But Pebble's right when he says that it depends on the stack. So depending on what technology you find on the stack, you might want to change the different file extensions you're looking for when you do your directory busting. Okay, so while this is running, this might Interesting. We should probably start looking at the application manually. So let's do that. So this application lives at 10.02.63. Okay, and this challenge is called Different Sec. Fortifying your digital infrastructure through cutting-edge offensive security strategies. Okay. Oh, this is a single. So this is a single-page website. So basically, each one of these sections is its own. Each one of these sections over here, it's just going to scroll you down to. This is a very popular type of website. Very popular type of format for websites these days. Okay, this is the file upload capability. So down here, get in touch. We've got a form. You can put a name and a phone number, I guess, and you can upload a file. So we should probably do that. So we're going to say test, and we're going to say 5555555, and we're going to see if we can upload some files. So let's just create a random file. Directory indexing found. So Nikto didn't find. This web server may reveal its internal or real IP in the location header via request to. Well, this might be relevant. Not completely sure. Okay. So let's create a test file. So I'm gonna echo out. We have file upload, and I'm gonna redirect this into a file called test.txt. I'm going to try uploading this file, and after uploading the file, I'm going to see if I can locate the file on the web app. So over here, we're going to try uploading a file from the temp directory. And then we're going to click on upload. Please match the requested format. I guess I didn't put enough numbers. I need 9 numbers. How about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then upload. The file test.txt has been uploaded. This might be an easier. So something tells me there's some sort of twist. We probably can't upload PHP files, but first of all, what we want to do is we want to locate the file on the file system. We found an uploads directory, so we're just going to see if we can locate test.txt. So is this uploads? So uploads, there's a 1 directory. Oh, okay, it's uploads 1, and then there's a userinfo.txt as well. So we should probably take a look at that. Oh, okay. So this is the information associated with whatever we put in the form. So we put in our name as test and the phone number, this phone number. So it keeps track of that. Okay, so test.txt, we access this. We have file upload because that's what we put in the test.txt file. Okay. So the next thing we want to do is we want to figure out if we can upload a PHP file. And I guess just to be a bit cheeky, we should probably locate our reverse shell. So if we can upload a PHP file to this page, what we want to do is we want to upload a PHP reverse shell file, which we can use to have the server connect to a netcat listener on our attacker machine and give us shell access to the web server. So first off, let's locate this file on our system. It exists over here in this directory. And then let's copy that to our working directory, which is temp. Next, we're going to edit the file to match our environment. So we're going to edit with nano. And we need to edit these two values here. The IP address has to be our attacking machine's IP address, which is 10.02.22, and the port that we're going to have listening is port 443. So I'm just going to set this, and we're going to save out the file. What we hope is that we're able to upload this file as is, and we don't have to do any modification to it. It could be that the application is going to stop us from uploading a PHP file, in which case we're going to have to find some sort of alternative. So we've got an ad coming up. During the ad, we're going to take a little break, and maybe I'll show another bird video. But let's see how far we can get before the ad starts. Okay, so back at the application, we're just going to go back to the upload portion over here. So I'm just going to call myself test2 in this case, and the same phone number. We're going to see if we can upload a PHP file. So Summoner Dante says that's where the burp interceptor or repeater will come in handy to try to change the file extension if needed. So we could try to change the file extension in the middle of uploading it. We could also test the server to see if it accepts double file extensions or some other tricks for file upload vulnerabilities. But we can see we'll cross that bridge if we need to. So we're going to see if we can upload this. So just upload it. This file looks malicious. Please do not try to hack us. Okay, so we're gonna have to try to find some sort of filter bypass to get our PHP file uploaded to the server. So we could try the double extension. Let's see. Pebble says PHP. Yeah, this is PHP. So we can try all of the PHP, the alternative PHP extensions. That's one thing we could try. Another thing we could try is we could just try renaming this. So we could rename this from shellreverse.php to php reverse shell.txt.php, and it might be that it'll look at this first extension here and ignore this extension. Let's just try that first. Oh, the ad is running right now. Okay, so the ad is running right now, so we're going to put on some birds. Oh, this is a great video. Pebble says, I meant changing the caps. Oh, sometimes, yeah, sometimes that works. Sometimes it's looking for a specific case. So if you do one uppercase letter, that might work. So this bird is having the time of his life. So I find that on really rainy days, the birds start acting weird. So most of the really good videos I get from the bird feeder are on like super rainy days when the birds start going a little crazy. Summer Dante says, "Do you remember the burbs aren't real meme?" Well, I think birds are real, but so this bird is trying to get its lunch over here, but in just a second, another bird is going to come and try to bully this bird. So it's going to try to, get some, I think these are cashews. So the cashews and peanuts in here. But you see here that this bird comes in and it starts bullying the other bird. The other bird looks very sad, and it's just, and this bird is being a bully. So I didn't know that this kind of stuff happened in nature, but nature is metal, as people like to say. So the bullying bird is showing its dominance, and the other bird is having a. The other bird is sad, and the bully bird decides to come in and hold on. So the bully bird decides to march up and grab the peanut, and then it flies away. And then the other bird doesn't even feel like eating anymore. It decides to leave. Anyways, that was the drama. That was the drama between birds. Okay, so we decided to rename this PHP reverse shell to phpreverseshell.txt.php and see if this works. They're probably brothers. Maybe. Okay, so let's go back and let's do the same information. We're going to upload php shell.txt.php and see if this works. Okay, it still looks malicious. So we'll do what Pebble suggests. And we're going to try renaming this file from txt.php to php, like this, where the H is capitalized. I meant in the contents. In the contents? You mean the contents of the reverse shell file? Oh, the PHP tag. Something tells me that that's not what's what the app is looking for, but I could take a look at that a little bit later. Let's check if this works. Okay, so this one, nope. Let's do what Pebble suggests, the PHP tag. Oops. So something like this. Okay. We could try to add a PHP extension to the test.txt to see if it's a name or content filter. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, so let's try renaming the test.txt to test.php. Then we can try to upload test.php. Yeah, this is it's not looking at the contents, it's just looking at the file extension. Okay. So let's see. Cyberner Dante says if it doesn't work, we can try changing the file magic number so that we can try injecting a web shell into an image. So what I'm gonna try first is I'm gonna try Pebble's method here. We're gonna try using a bunch of different PHP compatible file extensions. So we've got. We can change this to PHP reverse. Actually, I'm going to shorten this. I'm just going to call it shell. So I'm going to call this shell.phtml and see if we can upload this. If not, we'll try something like phar or some other like PHP 5 or PHP 3, PHP 8. We could try all these things. So we're going to do shell.phtml. Okay, it worked. So phtml, this file extension, is accepted. So we're going to set up our reverse shell listener. First of all, I'm going to do this in bash so that I can fully upgrade my shell later. And we're going to do netcat 443. And let's see if the phtml file can actually execute, or like it can run the code. So from here, we need to go into the uploads directory, and I think this was attempt number 6. So shell.phtml. Let's just click on that, and we see that the tab is hanging. So that probably means that we got it off. So over here. Okay, so we're the candidate user on the system. And if we ask who am I, we are candidate. We need to put on our scary hacker voice.
Hey guys, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice. I'm here to tell everybody that we've hacked into a server successfully. So we just put on our Scary Hacker Voice, we act like we're malicious dudes, and we say, "We're in." And that's it.
Cyber Dante says, "Oh man, that's always a jump scare. I'm sorry that my scary hacker voice is scary." But all right. So we're in. We're the candidate user. So let's upgrade our shell. So I recently so the reason I started the shell as Bash is because we're going to try to upgrade our shell completely. And right now, the process doesn't work with the default shell for Kali Linux, which is ZSH. So this is why we started our Bash shell. Well, this will come in. This will become relevant when we try to upgrade our shell. First of all, let's figure out which Python program is running on the program. Which Python program is running on the server, rather. So there's no Python? There's no Python. There's no Python. Okay. So it looks like we're gonna... The other way we need to do it is we need to... we can also set up a SOCAT shell. So, oh geez, I did this a couple of weeks ago. Pebble says you can use the script method. I don't know the script method. Pebble, could you educate me? Generic methodologies, reverse shells, full TTYS. Full TTYS. Okay, let me take a look at the let me take a look at that page. So let me put it in this web browser. So note that the shell you set in the shell variable must be listed in etc. shells. Python script. Okay, script dev null bin bash. Ah, okay. I've never used this program before, but let's see if this works to upgrade my shell partially. Okay, so let's try this. So I guess this is an alternative if Python isn't present on the system. We can also use SOCAT. Okay. So let's try this command, which was recommended by our good friend Pebble. So this does upgrade our shell. That's great. Okay. Yeah, learn something new every day. Okay, so now that our shell is partially upgraded, we can now Control-Z to get out of the shell, and we can STTY get our settings. We need to take note that we have 31 rows and 135 columns. Then we can do STTY raw minus echo, and then foreground our shell, and then set our shell to bash, and export our terminal to xterm 256 color, and then STTY and set our rows to 31 and our columns to 135. And then we can clear. We can do tab autocomplete. We can run our text to our terminal-based text editors. We can do everything. We even have command history. Pebble says there's also a one-liner right after the script command if you don't want to do all that manually. Is there a one-liner? If you've got the one-liner handy, I would really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. So let's see if there's some sudo permissions we can do as candidate. No sudo. Sudo doesn't exist. Okay, this might be a little harder than I first thought it might be. Pebble, STTY, raw echo, FG, LS, export. Oh, okay. Pebble says it also includes the downgrade to bash. Let me, I'm going to copy your message, and I'm going to do a little bit of experimentation with this after the stream is over. Thank you. Okay, so let's see if there's nothing in the op directory. We have to do some privilege escalation now. Most of these boxes have some sort of sudo exploit, but there's no sudo here, so we need to go around looking manually for the privilege escalation vector. So what's one thing? So we can cron tab. We can look for cron jobs. So we can't look at cron jobs. Let's take a look at running processes. So the running processes here, we've got candidate, we've got root, we've got more root. Root started the Apache server. Okay. I wonder if there's more than one. Website associated with this server. I don't see any other anything that really shouts out at me as far as the processes here are concerned. Cron F. Is this regular? Oh, okay. Now I remember. Another thing we can look at is some SUID binaries, SUID binaries. So we do find, and I think it was firms. I can't remember this thing. SUID binary find. Perm minus u equals s. Okay. So Cybernerd Dante has another version, which is perm equals 4000. Perm minus 4000. That's probably easier to remember. Perm minus 4000 to dev no. Pebble says I just run linps instantly. So I'm gonna look around in a few different places before running linps, just so I keep my my privilege escalation senses and my instincts rather, just to make sure that I keep them a little. Well, I need to practice this as well. Okay, I don't think any of these are super. I don't think any of these are super vulnerable, but I'm going to pass this over to ChatGPT just in case, because I miss a lot of stuff sometimes. So I'm just going to ask ChatGPT, are any of these SUID binaries vulnerable to security flaws? So let's see, Cybernerd Dante. Here's another one that linps runs, getcap. I've never been able to do capability privilege escalation before, so it's something I probably need to look at later for later research. Okay, so here's an analysis. path traversal mitigation. So it doesn't tell me. I'm going to look at GTFO bins just to double check. I'm pretty sure mount is not vulnerable. You can only mount is only vulnerable if you can sudo with it. Okay. So what else do we have? So one thing that I've Hey guys, here's something interesting. So the makers of VulNyx, they actually came out with a script that does brute forcing for local Linux machines. So it's called suforce. And this person right here, Datasec, this is actually one of the main contributors to the VulNyx website. And this is basically a script that tries doing brute force on any user account that you want, any local user account on a Linux system. So I'm actually going to try this out just for fun. Most of the time, it's not going to return anything, but there's a possibility. But let's get the script. So we're just going to copy that. Move into the temp directory, and then nano suforce. Paste in the code, write that thing, chmod that thing. So suforce, you run the script with the user and a word list. So I'm going to create a word list from the first 5,000 words of rocku.txt, because one of the interesting things about brute force on the VulNyx website is that the brute force, if brute force is required, it has to be within the first, I was either 3,000 or 5,000 lines of rocku.txt, so that's a funny little rule that we can take advantage of. So I'm going to create that file. I'm going to head 5,000. Let's see, user share word lists, rocku.txt. I'm going to call this rocku5000.txt. That's not how you use head? Okay. Alright, this works. Okay, so I'm going to host this. Python web server. Then I'm going to download it. So that's going to be wget from the attacker machine rocku5000.txt. Okay, and I'm going to run that script, suforce. What other users are on the system? So let's take a look at the password file. So there's candidate. I think that's it. So there's candidate and there's root. So let's try to brute force the root password. So this is going to be the suforce user root word list rocku5000.txt. We're going to output that into root suforce.txt and run that as a process. Okay. Okay, now that that's done, what others? If you want to suggest anything that I could check for privilege escalation, you can go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to go buff my gut instincts. Oh, there's no home directory for candidate. Oh, no, there is. Okay. Op directory. So we've looked in the op directory and there wasn't anything in there. Bash history goes to dev null. Backups. There's a backups directory. That could be interesting. And there's a scripts directory. Huh. No worries. No worries if you missed it. I didn't talk about it for a long time. So maybe we can take a look inside the scripts directory. Oh, there's a script in here. And it's who owns it? So this is our current user. Our current user owns this script file. Let's take a look inside. What does this do? It's bin bash. We create a variable called source folder. We make a variable called backup folder. We make a directory with the same name as the backup folder. We make a backup file variable. We create a compressed tar archive of the source folder. So tar is usually a file that is tar inside of scripts is usually something that is that can be abused. So we need to find out if any of these files that are being created are owned by root. Because if they are owned by root, then we could probably use this script as some sort of privilege escalation. Vector. Okay, so backups var www.html uploads. So who owns that folder? So lsla var www.html uploads. So this is this is all owned by our user. So I don't know if we can use this to I don't know if we can use this because none of this stuff belongs to a privileged user. It all belongs to our candidate user. Okay, so what else is in there? So maybe the script file is a rabbit hole. There is the backups folder in here as well. So maybe we should explore. Pebble says maybe it's ran as a cron job. Maybe we could use pspy. Yeah. We should try using pspy because so let me find that. So let's do GitHub pspy. So pspy is a program that can be used to monitor processes even without root access. And I've used it a couple of times to pretty good effect. So we need to download the pspy binary here. I'm just going to grab the link for that, and then we're going to download it. We're going to move into the temp directory and download it. Okay, so now that we're here, we can run pspy. First we have to chmod it. Then we will run pspy64 and output that to pspy.txt and run that as a process. Okay, so we're just going to wait a little bit before we take a look at pspy.txt. But In the meantime, let's take a look at the root suforce and see if we managed to find anything. Root suforce. Okay, it's still scanning, but it's actually almost done. So it's probably not going to find. It's probably not going to find the root user's password in rocky.txt. But it was worth a shot. And for anybody who hasn't encountered this tool before, it's actually kind of funny. So I wanted to introduce it to everybody. Okay, so let's take a look at the pspy.txt file now. Okay, we see suforce is running. That's great. Summoner Dante says that's an awesome tool. I've never seen it. It's a great idea just to run it in the background. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, sometimes there are really weird solutions to some of these CTF exercises. So if you've never seen that before, it's an interesting thing to try out. So our suforce script is polluting all the output over here. Yep. I don't know if this is... Maybe I need to grep v out my user ID over here. Okay, so I'm going to cat that out. pspy.txt. I'm going to grep out my user ID. UID equals 1000. Okay, this is much better. So this script is being run. Okay, sorry everybody. Ad is going on, so we're going to keep on talking about this after the ad is over. The ad is about 1.5 minutes long, but in the meantime, let's see if we can. We can look at this angry little bird. But we did figure out that the backup script is running as root, or the root user is running the backup script. So we might be able to use it as a vector for privilege escalation. This bird is he's so unreasonably angry about people trying to eat his food. Samurai Dante says, "I feel that when people try to eat my food, I'd be fighting too." So look at all these sparrows just lined up. They try to come close, and he's like, "Nope, nope, food's all mine." Okay, so the break is over, so we don't need to watch this this greedy sparrow anymore. All right, so this script is running, and the root user is running it. So we could probably use this as the vector for privilege escalation. We just need to figure out how to set this up so that let's take a look at the script again. So we're going to move into the home directory. Home directory is not set. Home candidate. And we'll move into the scripts directory. And let's take a look at the script one more time. So tar Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to tar. Tar backup file source folder. Tar backup file source folder. I think we can create a folder in this directory called backup folder, and we can create a file called backup file, I think. Backup file and source folder. Okay. Summer Dante says it was running backup C var www html. Var www html. Yeah. Let's take a look at that one more time. So we're gonna Oh, my music stopped. Let's keep on playing the music. So it was running the backup, let's see, here. Okay, backup.tar.gz. The backups directory, backup.tar.gz. So we need to create our own backup.tar.gz file, and we need to put a malicious payload in here. That's what I think. So first what we need to do is we need to move into that directory and take a look. We need to backup.tar.gz. And the make backup.sh is being run. We control this directory right here. We control this .backups, backup.tar.gz. Okay, so let's ask ChatGPT for a little help. We are attempting some script abuse, privilege escalation on a CTF. We have Pebble says, I wonder if we put a symlink in there, you gain perms if it is extracted in a readable, writable directory. I don't think I've used I've used symlinks in a couple of privilege escalation exercises before, but I keep on forgetting how to use the symlinks. We have write access to the candidate directory. Okay. The command in the CTF context suggests a potential for script abuse privilege escalation due to how it uses tar to create an archive. So tar might take one of these files as some sort of argument to use as part of its execution, and if we're able to write some sort of malicious file in the middle of tar's execution, we might be able to get privilege escalation off of that. But Pebble says, I doubt it, but it's worth a shot. You can create a link to root.txt symbolic link. I might investigate that a little later if we aren't able to get anything else working, but thank you very much for the suggestion. Okay, so tar, this creates a compressed tar.gz archive, changes the directory to uploads, and then archives everything in it. The command runs as a privileged user. Okay, if the uploads directory is writable, or if you can control the execution environment, several escalation paths open up. Okay, abuse the checkpoint action or -- checkpoint. If you can control the command line options, inject checkpoint equals 1 and checkpoint action equals exec path to malicious script. This causes tar to execute your script during the archiving process. So if the uploads directory is writable, place a malicious script with the crafted name designed to exploit the tar process. Create a symbolic link or a hard link targeting a sensitive files, etc. shadow. When tar runs, it may include etc. shadow in the archive, which you can later extract. So usually we're not after privileged file read. We're usually after privileged shells. So we could do environment variable injection. The tar command may inherit environment variables like tar options. Add malicious options by setting tar options to something like tar export tar options, this. Place your exploit script in tempexploit.sh. This is a malicious script that creates a shell. Replace the tar binary, path hijacking. If the script does not use the full path to tar, hijack the path to execute your own version of tar. Oh. Okay. So I think the script doesn't have full file path for tar. So tar, this is not, okay, so the full file path has to be in the script. So in the script, wait. Let me take a further look. Okay, so the script we're looking at is make backup.sh. It does a tar command, but what if we're able to hijack? So tar does not have a full file path. So if we can, usually you'd see it as a wildcard. So tar doesn't have the full file path. It's not /bin/tar or whatever it is. So we could create a malicious tar file in the current directory. For tar wildcard injection on those special tar file checkpoints, usually you'd see a wildcard. Right. I think Simon or Dante, I think you're right. Let me check the path. So the path is user local sbin, user local bin, user sbin, user bin, sbin, and bin. So we don't have we don't control any of the path, the binary path. So we can't do that. We can't Okay, so let's see. So the uploads, we can write to the uploads directory, I'm pretty sure. So we can do lsla var www html uploads. We can write to this directory, so we might be able to inject something malicious in this uploads directory here. Steps to exploit in CTF: identify writable directories. Check if the uploads directory is test for execution context. Confirm who runs the script by adding a fire marker file. Use one of the above methods. Trigger and verify. We can write to both the candidate directory as well as the uploads directory. How would we abuse the tar command to gain privilege? Escalation. Okay, so you can exploit the tar command to gain privilege escalation in several ways. Craft a malicious file in the uploads directory. The tar command includes files from uploads. You can use a symlink attack or inject a file that runs as the user executing the script. So the symlink attack lets us read files. So we don't want to read files. If possible, we want to get shell execution. Maybe not shell execution. We would want to do get a reverse shell to do some sort of reverse shell payload. When the script runs, tar may include shadowlink. Okay. Inject with the malicious content. Place a file in uploads that can be executed later by the privileged user. Pebble says, if you can read root's SSH key, you would be able to get a shell though. So I'm gonna try and see if if we can get a reverse shell off of this. If we can't get a reverse shell, then I'll try to see if we can get some sort of privileged file read with this script. So place a var www. Okay, so we could add our user to the sudoers file. If etc. or other critical directories are writable by the script's user, you could overwrite privileged configurations. If the script doesn't sanitize the environment, you can set tar options to inject malicious behavior into the tar command. Export tar options. Tar options equals You know, here's an interesting thing. Can I modify the script? So this script belongs to my user. This belongs to my user. Can I just put the reverse shell payload in here? I can just modify the makebackup.sh. If this works, if I can just write whatever the hell I want inside of makebackup.sh and root runs it, then it doesn't matter. Then we can just... Oh god. Alright. Anyways, let's okay, netcat make that thing, okay. And then let's nano make backup.sh. And we can make it do whatever the hell we want. Why am I trying to make my life more complicated than it already is? Okay, so where's my netcat named pipe? Netcat named pipe reverse shell. I love using this thing. It's my favorite thing in the world. Okay. So we just do this, And if root is running that script, I'm gonna get a reverse shell connection any second now. Come on. Do I have to wait like a whole minute? Alright, let's what's the port for your... So the initial rev shell doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what port you use because that port frees up as soon as you get the connection. Yeah, okay, we're root. Alright.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Alright, we did it, everybody! We rooted the system! We did it in under an hour. Great! 60 minutes, 1 box down. So... that was fun. So it was staring me in the face all this time. So root was running a script that we controlled. So we just modified the content of the script, and then we got a root shell. Let's move into the root directory. Huh. Root also had an SSH. So... but there's no SSH key in here. But anyways, we're done. We're done, everybody. All right, so that was the different sec box over on VulNyx over here. We were able to, where is it? VulNyx.com. Yeah, this one over here. So we were able to get initial access through file upload. We evaded the filters by uploading a PHP file with an unusual file extension, like PHTML. And then after that, we found that the box was running a cron job that was not initially available to us, but we used the pspy tool in order to determine what cron jobs were running on the target. Huh. That's strange. All of my stuff in the temp directory has all disappeared. Oh, that's fine. But yeah, we finished the scenario. Great. And it's just in time for me to have some dinner and not be super starving, which is nice. Alright, let's figure out who's streaming on Twitch right now as part of the InfoSec Streams community, because we always support people in the community whenever we can. Unfortunately, it seems like I'm the only person who's streaming on right now. But let's take a look at Twitch and see if any awesome other streamers are online right now. Twitch.com, Touch.tv. Oh, the science channel is on again. Hey, science is all about doing some cool stuff with science. I think I rated him a couple days ago as well, but might as well keep the streak up. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much for coming to today's stream. I appreciate each and every one of my chatters, good friends like Cybernerd Dante and Pebble and Larjox. Anybody else that I'm missing? Don't think so? Okay, but yeah, we're going to be back on Friday, and we're going to be doing more hacking, of course. On Friday, we're not going to have the second HackerFrogs AfterSchool stream, the session rather. So what we're going to do, Red on the Rat, Red on the Threat, Red on the Threat says thank you very much, Red on the Threat. Sorry for calling you a rat. You are not a rat, you are a threat. And before we go, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack
So everybody, if you participate in the raid, I would really appreciate it if you were to send this following raid message. It is hip hop hack with the OS frog, just like this. And without further ado, let's raid the science channel. Everybody, thank you very much for coming to today's stream. I really appreciate everybody. We're going to do more hacking on Friday. Have a great rest of the week, and I hope to see you next time.